I'd like to welcome you to the Superintendent's Workshop being held at the Joe N. Eilert Junior TEC. I'd like to call this workshop meeting to order at 12 noon. I ask that out of respect to everyone, please silence all electronic devices. Also, if you have any material you wish to share with any board member, please give that to our Executive Assistant, Ms. Esplin. Board members will take a break at 2 hours. If you need one before that, please let me know. And board members, please wait to be recognized before you speak, so I make sure I can call on every board member, give everyone the time they need. Okay, Dr. Moore, the workshop is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Our first item is the inclusive playground as a part of the donation we received several years ago, the Jimmy Graves property. So we are excited to initially present this item to you and ultimately be breaking ground very soon on this effort. Mr. Bass will set it up and turn it over to Ms. Emerson and guest.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the chair, good afternoon, everyone. Today is an exciting day. Not only are we going to talk about the inclusive playground, but also we've got another item later on down the agenda that is going to really get our progress going at the Vero complex. But I'm going to turn it over to Ms. Emerson here in just a moment. But you know, one of the things that came of this was, you know, the need for an inclusive playground for children in the county to be able to go and participate and have a playground structure that is accommodating for them. Ms. Emerson and her team, Mr. Westenberger and his team have worked tirelessly to try to get a product to bring forth to you, and I feel really good about what we are going to be bringing forth and the installation of it. And, you know, Cindy's just done a great job on this. So, Cindy, I'll go ahead and turn it over to you now.
Thank you, Dr. Moore and Deputy Superintendent Scott Bass. We're, again, also really excited that the day has finally come where we can present to the board. The goal for us was to deliver the first inclusive playground in our county where children with disabilities can access the playground along with our neurotypical children. And so I have with us today playground designer Paul Bikram to prepare the presentation for you.
Hello, thanks for having me. My name is Paul. I'm with Advanced Recreational Concepts, and I design and build playgrounds for a living. Been doing this for the last 15 years, and I appreciate the opportunity to share this design with you today. I did have a handout prepared called 16th Street Inclusive Design Strategy. This strategy was based on inclusive design principles and many, many months of community feedback. So with that said, I'd like to get started, and I felt that the first way to look at this strategy, and you guys, if you want to get deep into it, we can go to more slides, but I'm going to start off with some top-down views in hopes that it's easy to process and digest the strategy as I share it. With that said, our first strategy was create access. It seems pretty basic and pretty easy to do, and a lot of people think access is that very pretty, colorful surface on the bottom that goes underneath the playground. I do have a sample of that for you to see, but I don't want to focus on that. I think everybody has had can drive around and maybe see some of this stuff, but that's not exactly what I'm talking about when I say access. We have more than accounted for accessibility on the surface. As you can see in this video, the beautiful green, yellow, and blue. So with that said, getting people to the space is only part of the equation. Ensuring they have equitable play experience and when they get there is key to success. What you're looking at this top-down view is multiple play spaces. You can see that we have the swing, the music garden, the butterfly garden, and then, of course, your traditional play with freestanding activities that go along with it. The 16th Street project is using ramps and providing equitable ground-level play opportunities to the elements that may be accessed by ramp so everyone can have rich and diverse play opportunities. So what you'll see on our ramp design here is they can access this 360. okay? No matter what type of, what type of mobility device they have, they can come at this playground from any direction and take a wheelchair, a walker, whatever type of mobility device, and get onto the playground, move around the playground, and get off at multiple exit points or access points, however you want to look at it as you're coming and going on the playground. So we've done a really, really good job at providing accessibility and making it very, very easy for kids to get onto it. And when I say easy, we tried our best to keep it simple, and that was our strategy number 2. We tried. We tried really hard to keep it simple. But there was a lot of passion at play, and no pun intended, a lot of passionate people, and from that became a really well-developed design based on the feedback from the community. But that was one of our strategies, was to try to keep it as simple as possible. I'm going to go on to the next slide. Real quick, any questions about accessibility based? Go for it.
Okay, all right. So thank you for lowering the playground. Thank you for lowering the playground to ensure more access for everybody. That was a big concern that we had last time we were given a proposal. But in this picture, you can't see where the sidewalk comes from the parking lot to this. Will that be done at the same time, or is that a future thing? Because
Yeah.
that denies accessibility right there.
Good point. Yeah, it's all been accounted for. If we, I should have brought a site plan in so that you could see how sidewalks are going to be tying right into the existing space.
So at the same time as the playground is finished?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
It would be pointless not to do that because we wouldn't be able to get our kids to this fully inclusive playground. So it absolutely is going to it has to happen.
And knowing that and seeing the sizes of our sidewalks in town, they will be accessible sidewalks, right? So considering the fact that they need to be wider.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll
I have seen some sidewalks in town that are not wide enough for a wheelchair, believe it
Oh,
or not.
I have too.
Okay.
I'll talk with Cindy and Nick, and
Okay,
I'm
thank
not
you.
the sidewalk guy, but it definitely has to be accounted for.
Okay.
Yep.
Ms. Barrenborg, we will make sure the sidewalks
Yeah, I
are
just
wide
want
enough.
to, I know that's probably, I'm just saying something that you've already thought of, but I just want to make sure, because we're looking at a picture that doesn't have sidewalks.
I wish I brought the site plan.
And the
Yeah,
reason
we-
why.
We accounted for it on the site
You know what?
plan.
I shouldn't just take for granted that that's going to happen, because I have seen projects that have happened in communities where you assume that that's going to happen and it doesn't. So I just want to make sure that that's pointed out. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, another part of Keep It Simple is,
Just a moment, Ms. Rosario, go ahead.
oh, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I want to piggyback off of that with the sidewalk. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there were some concerns with the Vero Beach High School entrance sidewalk. So that entrance, the sidewalk that led to, thank you. Just going to pass around the site plan now that we have. The sidewalk that goes from the entrance of Vero Beach High School to Vero Beach Elementary School. That sidewalk was a concern for some citizens that actually the plan to fix it, to fix the whatever it was that's wrong with it, just never really got done because there was a holdup with a conversation between whether it was county or whether it was Vero Beach. So they didn't really know who was supposed to take care of what. I think part of the sidewalk was part Vero Beach city limits, and then part belonged to the school district of Indian River County, and so it just never got done. So I think this is a really, really big conversation, and I don't know who handles that. I mean, I know that who would handle it here? Would it be Indian River County School District, or would it be Vero Beach, the city department?
Through the chair, on this project, it would be us. Since it's now that property, we're in ownership of that property and control of that property, it's going to be us.
Okay. And then I also gave you, or Nancy photocopied for you the site plan. So from here, I believe this is the plan that was just referred to with regards to the playground, so you'll be able to see the full layout.
Thank you, go ahead.
That's cool. I think we have a site plan here for you.
There you go. So I'll go ahead and speak to this really quickly because we spent a lot of time discussing where the location of the playground should be in relation to where there's already handicap accessible parking and making sure it's quick and easily accessible. So I was able to add this in really fast to the Canva presentation so you could see. But right in the center of the project, if you see there's the sidewalk that will lead directly over to, and does this pointer work?
It won't work on the light.
Okay. If you look at the center, you'll see two rectangles directly in the middle. That's the concession stand, and then you see a grade cross. That's the actual sidewalk that will take you into the playground, which is the squares that are right there. So the location was designed specifically to make it accessible for our families, just so you can see.
And that's parking just south of that.
Yes. Yes, parking around the whole perimeter, but right in front of the archway to get in, that's where the handicap accessible parking is.
Thank you, that was my next question, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, and I'll pass it back on over to Paul.
Okay. And as it was just pointed out, play has to, you want to keep play easy, and that was the other component of simple also, as it was addressed. We have a lot of, deck heights that aren't real high. There's a lot of ground level play. It doesn't take a whole lot of thought to engage this environment for a young person. The next thing that we did was we added a lot of sensory elements. There's quite a few on this playground. You can see the butterfly post toppers, the translucent, a lot of sensory. There's a lot of selfie opportunities to be taken as well with the translucent butterflies. We have them peppered in a couple locations. As well as the music garden, obviously lots of sensory play on your music garden in there. Very simple as well, okay? What I liked about how we've mixed this up is not all kids want to engage a playground. Some kids are, that's not what they're into. They're not real active like that. They're looking for more of a quiet space, or maybe they're looking for a little bit more of an alternative solution to play that has sensory, and that's where your music garden comes into play. That's great for those kids that aren't really that interested in a playground. And again, remember, this is inclusive, so to have just a playground would be inappropriate for an inclusive play design. That's why we incorporated a music garden as well as your swings. A lot of sensory on the swings, very, very inclusive. We actually have on the swing an attunement swing, an attunement seat. It's kind of a buzz right now, the word attunement. It's about mom and dad making that special connection with their child. Well, we have a mommy-daddy share swing incorporated on this design. And what this swing seat allows is for mom and dad to swing to and fro while looking at their child, with their young child. This is more appropriate for your 2-year-olds and your 3-year-olds. And even an infant could probably sit in that seat. We've even accounted for toddler seats as well. And inclusive, we have 2 seats for inclusive swinging. So if we have an impaired child, they can sit in the seat, they can sit in the seat and we can harness them in. Okay? And then of course we have our belt seats and our bucket seats, which you typically see on the playground. Any questions about the attunement swing or the inclusive seats?
Board members, any questions? Ms. Rosario?
Were we able to, I know that I brought up, we were, right? Did I miss that? Okay, let me start off because I don't know if board members. So I requested that we had a swing for an actual wheelchair. And I was told that it might not be so difficult to just remove one of those regular swing seats and add a wheelchair seat because it takes up the same space. Am I correct in that? Are we going to be able to do that?
Easy to do, but we're not allowed to do that. ASTM guidelines, that swing has to be in its own structure, and it needs to be fenced off from the rest of the play area. in a public park environment, different than how public schools can do it, okay? But in a public park environment, there's ASTM guidelines that I have to follow with a swing like that.
Can we do that?
Oh, yeah, we're working on it.
Oh, we are
Yep.
working.
I just wanted to address that I can't include it with the bays that we have in there because I have guidelines
Okay.
that stop me from doing that.
So we'll be able to add that on?
Yes.
Okay.
We're gonna have to create a separate space for it because I have to fence it in.
Okay,
The platform, it's a very heavy-duty platform structure that the wheelchair rolls up onto, and it goes to and fro.
Right.
Okay, and there's a limiter, there's a plate up front. What we've learned is kids run out on the playgrounds and you have this battling ram going back and forth. That's why we need to separate it, okay, from the rest of the play area and fence it in for that reason. Just so you know what the guidelines are, okay? Very doable, no problem, easy
makes
to do,
sense. That
easy to
makes
do, but we just can't add it, we need to keep it separate for that reason.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then I had another question on the musical instruments area. I don't know, what are you calling that area? Where
The music garden?
the music garden. So the music garden, clearly the music garden is made for outdoors and for the elements, right?
Absolutely.
Hurricanes, winds,
Yes.
rains, and all of that. Much of the other structures have some kind of covering canopy or sunscreen, or, some element to kind of protect kids from the sun, except that area. So is there any way that we could, I know, I think Mr. Westenberger, we talked about this privately. Is there any way to include some kind of something over that area to protect children in the music garden? If not right now, if cost doesn't allow, then would we be able to put in the posts necessary so that in the future we can add it if, an organization, for example, says, I want to donate, the covering or the tent for this particular music garden?
Yes.
Okay,
Couple options for shade. Okay, we can cantilever from any side of the playground, from the music garden. Okay, so in other words, the posts are gonna sit outside,
okay,
okay? And the shade's gonna cantilever over the music garden, okay? That's gonna be the easiest to do. Your suggestion would take a few extra steps, where we could also do to your point, we could do single post umbrellas inside the music garden.
oh,
And that's exactly what it is. It's a single post with a beautiful umbrella coming off the top of it.
Let me guess.
Cantilever will really cast a big shadow over it, and it won't disturb any of the play space.
sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you. So the cantilever, would that be sturdy? I'm assuming it's sturdy enough to withstand a hurricane or a storm or something of that sort?
Yeah.
Does it need to be taken down before a storm?
The fabric would need to be taken down during.
So we would need maintenance, but what about all the other structures? Those need to be taken down too?
During a hurricane? Yeah, when we have a hurricane approaching, yeah, there's a lot of risk leaving the fabric on. Structurally, you're gonna be engineered per Florida wind. We're gonna be engineered, permitted per Florida building code and wind code. The fabric, though, it will have to be taken down, though. That won't last.
Okay, so there's,
It'll ruin the structure if we leave the fabric on. It could twist posts. We have an example right now over at Pelican and it was just a wind burst. It took it right off the structure and relocated it somewhere else on the property. You want to take the fabric off.
so the center portions with the yellow and the blue umbrella-like structures or covering, those are fabric, correct?
Correct.
And what about over the swings? Is that fabric as well? Or
Same fabric.
those are fabric?
Yep.
Okay.
The fabric is providing anywhere from 95% to 98% UV protection.
I guess to complete my comments. I'm totally okay with a cantilever. Forgive me if I'm trying to remember these phrases as you mentioned them going along, but this is all new to me. So I'm okay with a cantilever. I was just concerned that there wasn't an additional, some kind of sun covering in that area. But
Sure.
looks great.
Just one question on the individual covers that we would have in the music area. Are they secure in the ground? I mean, even with wind, we see these things coming up once in a while.
Yeah. Everything will be engineered and permitted per Florida wind code. And I'm probably wrong about this. I mean, you're going to be at 175 plus miles per hour, rated on the structure. Fabric, though, yeah,
Right.
no.
Thank you.
I have one other question.
Yeah, go for it.
This question is actually for the superintendent. I had put down about the roof screens, I guess they need to come down whenever, and periodic cleaning and stuff. What maintenance group will be making sure that all that happens? And cleaning of the equipment?
So through the chair, two things. Physical plant will take care of the upkeep of the property itself, if that was the question. And in terms of the removal of the shelter or the fabric, whatever it is, we just build that into our pre-hurricane protocols. When the protocol says it needs to come down, that'll be part of the protocol.
So physical plant then will be charged with going by every morning and checking the playground to make sure it's okay?
Yes.
You and I have had conversations
Yeah,
about that.
it'll be built
Why?
into the
Okay.
schedule. So
Okay.
in terms of sunrise to sunset, will be its operation, but we'll have to build in the opportunity to make sure it is always presentable to our community.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Your playground shades are going to be very easy to manage, okay? Those are sail shades. It may not be easy to see in this picture here, but these are all individual sails, adding to the environment to how it looks. It's going to look amazing with the sail shades. My point is that they're really easy to manage. The swing shade, you're going to need some help. The guys are going to need some help with that. But your playground shades are very easy to take down and put back up because they're individual panels. There's 4 panels per system, and they're about 20 feet. An individual could manage that.
I have a follow-up for Dr. Moore. The sunrise to sunset, it just dawned on me, what happens in those occasions that we have a game? Let's say, the field is completely done, there's a track going on, there's a track meet happening, a game goes overtime, a little past sunset, let's just say. Parents have little ones that are watching while the game is finishing, they want to come over to the park, but the use is really from sunset to sundown, from sunrise to sunset. So are we going to allow for exceptions during meets and?
Through the chair, I think as you make that statement, the answer is 100%. And I can imagine being in a track meet, and a track meet for a parent is a long event. So extending it so when something on the facility is being used, it's ultimately open. That's just us, great customer service, so yes.
Okay.
Dr. Moore, would there be a liability issue if we say sunrise to sunset on our signs, or?
And we have gone through that. Well, very similar to city or county playgrounds, will have the same legal requirements posted. So that is there. So we'll be covered in that aspect.
I have a problem.
Ms. Berenborg, thank you.
Seeing that, and you may not know this, but we have a playground in town that has an element that uses it at night, and will it be locked, is my question. I guess it can't be, because there's no fence around it.
It will, the entire facility will be fenced, so it will be fenced,
Okay.
and that's not the element that we're trying to create right across from a high school.
Well, my point is, we need to protect it, and we need to
Right.
protect kids. Okay,
Absolutely.
thank you.
Any other questions, board members, or Ms. Emerson, any other you want to share? All right, Dr. Moore, we're going on to the next one, budget presentation.
I just want to acknowledge
Thank
how
you,
huge
sir.
this is. I
Yes,
want to
thank
thank
you.
you
Thank you,
for
sir.
your presentation. 100% of this is being funded from donations and outside contributions. For us to bring this to the board, we plan on, in May, bringing the items to really acknowledge those who have provided additional funding to make this a reality, not only this, but also initiating what will be the development of the track, which is the rest of Phase 1. So this was a large request to make a public partnership a reality. So this is something we're very, very proud of. It's been a great deal of work, but we made a promise, and we're gonna keep that promise, and we're gonna deliver Phase 1 of that promise in our upcoming board meeting.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was going to say thank you to you for getting all this going with the Joe Graves property and the dream that's coming true. And I remember sitting with Miss Emerson and Laura Moss and Stacy Clem when we started talking about this a couple years ago. It's been a fantastic journey. Thank you. Mr. Barefoot.
Yeah, I would say the other, besides all the hard work as Cindy, but we've been through various iterations. There was a larger group, and then there was a smaller advisory group, and about every constituent imaginable was part of that, including Robbie Brackett when he was mayor, 2 or 3 of the county commissioners, if not all of them. And some of the questions, as we all know, the city of Vero Beach has made a major contribution to this. And in my sidebar conversations with the county commissioners, what about you guys? And at the very least, I think there's been an indication that when it comes to finishing off paving and sidewalks and that sort of thing, they have indicated that that's at the very least where they can contribute. Time and effort, that remains to be seen. But this has been, besides the point person, Cindy, a lot of community members from everywhere have been involved in this, including parents whose children are severely handicapped. So a lot of the evolution of this playground in particular has come from that input.
Anything else from anyone?
Yes.
Ms. Emerson?
Sorry, I just want to acknowledge just Nick Westenberger and his team. They have been just an absolute delight to work with along this process. I know there's moments where we thought it would never happen,
Just
but we're
smile,
getting
Nick.
there. It's so exciting. And then this could not be a reality without Wilfred Hart. He has gone out into the community and continuously shared the message and put us in front of people to help support fundraising, to help support getting feedback. And I just want to acknowledge him as well because he's been the door opener and just such an asset to the district.
Thank you, Mr. Hart. Anybody else?
Yes, I just wanted to follow up with regard to the finances. So just to be clear, not only is the playground going to be covered with grants and fundraising efforts, but also, and donations, of course. But what I was told, and just to be, forward-facing with this, also inclusive with those efforts would be maintenance, the daily upkeep, and insurance for emergency purposes. I was told that all of those would be, the goal is to cover all of those efforts with fundraising and grants. Can you just clarify that, please?
Through the chair, that is the goal. So the additional insurance for the totality of the property, all phases, the additional electricity to fund it, that we don't raise just to build the property, but we raise to create an endowment to allow us to fund those additional expenses, therefore not using any of the public's money for this public partnership. We're not there yet, but we're in this position where we can begin to build.
So just to follow up on that, which is a great thing to hear, but there are a lot of people in the community who don't understand all of these aspects. They're not following every single meeting and conversation that we have. So to them, they just hear, oh, we're building a new playground. But they don't understand that the district isn't pulling from our funds or, taking away from classroom or from, salaries to be able to fund this project. So I think that we can do a better job in communicating with the general public on this particular project, specifically, obviously, as it deals, because we're gonna extend it, right? We're going to build the track and field in that space as well. A thought that I had, or two thoughts that I had. A parent recently suggested crowdsourcing to continually raise funds for this, right? which I love that idea. I love crowdsourcing. I think it's a crowdfunding. It's a great opportunity to get the word out to the community that we are looking for ways to raise monies for different projects, whatever those projects are. In this case, it's the playground, and then ultimately the field, the track field. That's one. And then the other thing is, it might be a good idea for us to consider having a tab on our website specifically for special projects, or in this case, it would be for the playground project, right? And then we can continually update the community on completely transparent where the funds have come from, the donations coming in, you know, what is slated now for the proposal to begin phase one with the playground, when is, you know, the timeline, and uploading this site plan to it, all of these pictures. Can we create a way to make it completely transparent so the impression to the public would not be
So
that
through the
we're
chair-
misusing funds for, okay.
I think absolutely, as we close out the silent phase and move into what will be the next phase, you are correct. Allowing the public to see what is going up is step one, and then having complete transparency and yelling it from the rooftops that this is a unique partnership where our community is investing back in its community, and this is a school system that's willing to take on that charge. When you say the crowdsourcing, I was also very excited to hear that, and as we go into the next phase of fundraising, I think we're going to lead from the front in terms of how we're going to be able to do things like that. As an example, we're working through, as soon as we finish graduation in 2 weeks, we have the football game, the spring football game, and then we begin construction on ripping up the field and the track and putting in the turf. There may be an opportunity to raise funds as we close out that, but I'll have
Yes.
Ms. Emerson
So
talk.
on the 22nd, May 22nd at the board meeting, we're going to present the founding funders that have contributed to the project, just to, you know, show gratitude for the incredible generosity of people in our community. On the 25th, we have just worked with Lenny Jankowski over at Vero Beach High School, and we'll be doing a Bill Wilson track last lap event after the spring football game. And so we're going to invite out alumni from track and field to come on out, along with anyone in the community that would like to participate. The Wilson family is going to be leading us in the last lap around the field, but that will be a beautiful opportunity to share with our entire community what's in the works and the timeline and the budget. We also, under the innovation page right now, have the current plans. They're up. It includes the current tentative large gives and what's pending and the current budget. And that is always going to be updated with the most up-to-date information. But I do agree, it's right now under innovation. People might not know to look for that. So it may make more sense to make it a little more public-facing. And I'll work with our web design team to do so. It's a good point.
Can I just add something?
Yes, sir.
Some of the conversations, you know, typical fundraising, as Cindy has mentioned, you go through the silent phase until you reach a certain percentage of the overall budget. And of course, when we started a year ago, this budget, originally we were thinking 500,000 for the playground. Now we're up at 7-8, somewhere in that zip code. Some of the conversations privately has been challenges. And before you go public, if there's major donors that want to put out a challenge grant, that'll just accelerate the ability to participate, whether it's a GoFundMe or crowdsourcing, whatever, let alone any very targeted groups that will be particular beneficiaries of some aspect of this, whether it's the track or the playground or the entrepreneurial building, et cetera, et cetera. So there's a sequence to this, and you don't want to get one ahead of the other.
Thank you, Mr. Bear. Dr. Moore?
Thank you,
anybody
Board. Our
else?
next item is Cindy, we need the clicker. Is our initial interaction with the board regarding our budget creation process that we'll be engaging in over the next several months. Very similar, actually, we're doing this a month ahead of time in comparison to last budget season, but Tallahassee is in the process of closing up shop, which means we're in the business of opening up shop. So Mr. Fagan will provide you with this initial update.
Thank Thank you, Dr. Moore. Through the board.
To the board, the chair.
Through the chair, sorry. All right, so where we are today, so this is kind of like setting the stage for the for the talks we're gonna have about the 23-24 budget. You have about a $365 million budget. Your largest piece, of course, is general fund, 190 million. Special food, about 10, then your special grants, that's your IDA, Title I, and et cetera, Carl Perkins, anybody like that. Debt runs about 30 million, capital project runs about 60 million. Health benefits runs right about 34 million, then enterprise is your extended day. Add all that up together, you got about a $365 million total budget. That's kind of where you started before any transfers. Coming into 23-24, there's probably going to be about a $10 million increase. However, most of that $10 million increase is going to go to family empowerment. So you say, well, where's the money go, Ron? Well, look at the quick chart right there, only for general funds, so we kind of exclude federal, debt, capital, and et cetera, because this is where you spend most of your time and energy out at the school level. The big blue pie piece of the chart you see is 80%. That consists of everything that basically we push out to the schools and or to for the schools, including teachers and et cetera. So this is, of course, all your instructions, all your professional development, school administrators, transportation, anything that touches the child that you're getting him to or from school and what you spend at the school is running about 151 million of your 190 million. Smallest pieces, of course, is your fund balance. Smallest piece is your central administration. That basically consists of the board and general administration, et cetera. Then you got then you got facilities. That speaks for itself. That's your facilities, maintenance, operation, and planning, et cetera. Fund balance is 5%. That's the fixed and determined by the board. State requirement is 3%, but we maintain a 5% budgeted ending fund balance. Capital, projection from 23 to 27, going from about 37 million out to 41. Then remember, your capital budget is primarily driven by the increase in property values. When property values goes down, your capital budget goes down. Property values go up, your capital budget goes up. Same thing with your required local effort. Also remember, anytime your property values goes up significantly, the state loves to play a little game where they're going to shift all the funding to local and they'll reduce the amount of money coming in from the state. I expect to see that when I get through analyzing the 23-24 budget. One item that is in the capital budget, which I haven't read the final verdict is in the past, charter schools always got a percentage of our 1.5 mils. In the past 3 or 4 years, the state has funded that entire amount. That amount runs about $3.5 million for us. The state has continued to fund that in the last few years to where we do not have to share. There's new legislation that was imposed. One is effective 23-24, is you will begin to share. So that would have been an immediate $3 million hit to the capital budget. The last draft I saw was where they were going to phase it in over 5 years. So 20% in 23-24, then 40%, 60%, et cetera. So that hit would be approximately $600,000. Now, I guess they're implying that in 5 years, we'll be fully responsible for that. The state will no longer fund that. General fund, just some general guidelines is you got to maintain a balanced budget. We always got to predict unforeseen circumstances. Remember, we get FTE twice a year. Any change in that FTE affects our budget immediately. If we have a pickup in FTE, we'll gain money. If we lose FTE, we lose money. Now the fun part, FEFP formula. Not exactly too hard, but a little complicated and complex. It all starts with FTE times the program costs. And what the program costs are basically, are you a basic child or are you an ESE child? If you're an ESE child, you get a little bit extra program weight, which therefore gives you your weighted FTE. If also you have everything in between, you might be need some speech and et cetera, so you get a little extra funding. Then you times the base school allocation. District cost differential, that's going away for 23-24. Nobody's going to be less than 1 moving forward. We picked up probably an extra $160,000 because of that. That basically gets you to your base funding. And then the games begin. Then you get to play with how much you get for DJJ. If you get it, your teacher salary allocation increase. They'll give you the money here, but it's kind of like a mandatory categorical funding. You have to set the money aside. And then all those other boxes up there are what we call categorical funding, which means if they put $1 million in that box, you can only spend $1 million on that item. You can't shift that funding anywhere. I can't take textbooks to fund raises. I can't take mental health to fund transportation. Now, in the 23-24 budget, they have collapsed a couple of those items. That doesn't mean you don't have a requirement to spend it. It doesn't mean that if they take instructional materials and say they're going to put it into the BSA, that you never have to buy textbooks again. That just means they gave the districts the flexibility to use that money 1 year for something, but knowingly in 3 or 4 years, you're going to have a new textbook adoption and you need to plan accordingly. So either you have to put a little bit away each year or plan for a big hit in 4 years. So you kind of, they are potentially looking to give us flexibility on this. Then you get down to the end to where now you determine how much is the state going to give you and how much you're going to get from the local, which would require local effort. And then you get to the end, you got your total state funding. One of the main drivers, of course, is your FTE. As you can see from 2016-17 to 23-24, our FTE has basically remained flat, approximately 15, 14.5, right around that number. Charter school has basically remained 2,200. Your change in McKay and family empowerment has risen from 100 in 16-17 to 691 projected for the end of this year, 23-24. But that was based on my forecast that we started about 6 months ago. Here's your new numbers. You're going from approximately 500 FTE in family empowerment to 1226 was the Senate's projections. House projection was 801. The numbers released on Friday are at 1100. So basically, you're going right from, oh, that was not the right button, Fagan. There we go. You're going from approximately 500 FTE in family empowerment to 1,100. So that's a 100% increase. And that's our projection that we get from DOE. Generally, our projection is light. They generally always pull more. The other thing you have is the inefficiencies on how they deduct the money from us. The way they determine the students are within our district, because they have to account for the FTEs, they have to send an application in to DOE. We get a copy of it. It goes through a process, so we audit and we vet it, and we take those children and move them from our schools to the family empowerment school within our district. We report that to DOE. So we tell the DOE, I have 15,000 students enrolled, and 1,000 of those children are family empowerment, based on the information you sent me, and based upon the applications we saw. DOE makes payments to the scholarship owners, either through the 2 scholarship organizations or directly to the schools, based on a payment file. The payment file is not tied to our FTE file. It's generally always more. It's because of the timing when the DOE gets the notification of the payment file and when we report the FTE. So generally for us, that has cost us approximately $1 million last year in efficiencies from the time we say we have 500 kids and they tell me they have 600 kids. Well, it's because they're in the process of processing those applications. Kids may have come back to us, but they haven't processed that return yet. They haven't collected money back from the private school yet. Therefore, they haven't paid us back. So you have a little bit of a collection accountability problem here. Last year, that was approximately $1 million. Per student FT has increased significantly over the last few years from $4,500 to approximately $57,000. 23-24 anticipated budget increases. Family empowerment is about $8.5 million. $4 million of that is probably based on my estimate, which was before we got the latest numbers, based on just a straight increase. And then accounting for the inefficiencies and how they deduct the money from us. So even though they may say your family empowerment is $9 million, I may have to budget 11 because of that inefficiency. And when they cut the budget, they cut my revenue. So I still got to account for that. Now I may get it back in a couple of years, I may get it back, but in the meantime, you have to account for that. Anticipated salary increase is about $3 million, performance pay $1.6 million, health insurance went up a little bit from final settlement with the unions, so about a $15 million increase. This is just some basic information on how the funding sources are determined. General fund, special revenue fund, who's all included. Debt service pays all your debt. Capital projects comes from comes from CONDS, PICO, impact fees, funds all your IT projects, facility projects, buys a few buses. Insurance, of course, pays for your premiums and your health care, extended day program. You got basically revenue changes 4 times a year. The 5th one occurs in the following year. FTE goes up primarily based on your FTE. And this will be the next steps. Today's presentation on the 8th. During June, we'll be getting with each board member to get your ideas of what you might be looking for in next year's budget, any particular items you want to see in the budget, any particular presentation you'd like to see, or anything you'd like to see highlighted so that you can zero in on, or that we can give you some more information that you might be looking for. Then you go into the trim process. We'll get approval to advertise within the paper. We'll publish them in the paper, and then you'll have your 2 meetings. July 24th is your tentative, and then the 7th is your final. Now, even though you have the final budget, you know, every month I bring you budget amendments, so it's constantly changing, but that kind of sets the stage for the year as to where you are as far as your revenue and your appropriations, if you're balanced, and what you kind of look like. That's also when you'll find out how well we did this year with your ending fund balance, because when I bring you the September board, I also bring you the annual financial report, which will tell you what your ending fund balance was for this year. Any questions?
Okay, board members, any questions? Mr. Barefoot, you want to start?
I don't have any questions, just good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Because unlike a lot of places, you don't have complete control of the picture. You're constantly anticipating and/or reacting to what might come our way from Tallahassee. So it's as much art as it is science, so good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Nice job.
Dr. Posca, any questions? Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I have one. On slide 11, you see that, thank you for adding this slide, by the way. You'll see that the local effort compared to the money that's coming from Tallahassee, correct? There you go. So.
State and local, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so, and you're anticipating that blue is going to be higher?
Blue will be lower.
Lower, I'm sorry, and the local will be higher.
Yes, ma'am.
Which means that's going to put us in an even bigger pinch in the fall for making our salaries.
Correct. And also sets you up in case there's ever a downturn in the local economy to where you lose property values, then you don't have, it's not
So
sustainable.
when we hit a recession, that's going to really hurt us.
When you hit that bump in the road, you've got no cushion.
So are we anticipating, you know, you can't forecast the future in a recession, but are we anticipating that with, I guess we can't really hold back funds when we don't really have the funds, but.
That is where you begin the conversation of when you talk about your ending fund balance, what you end in. So if you're ending, if you're breaking even and ending in nothing, that means you are in a suicide mission, because that means the next year, if you hit any bump in the road, you're done. If you roll more than the 5%, that's good. We're trying to roll about 10 to 11, maybe during the height of the ESSER year, we rolled about 12 or 14 because we were using federal money versus our money. If we can stay around, I would say, the $12 to $16 million range at any given point in time, we should be in a good shape to be able to cushion anything that may happen in that next year that we don't know about.
And see, that worries me because people see that as money that's available. And what they don't understand is how this works right here.
Correct.
Because this is what causes us to have to go out for a tan when we don't really want to. And then, again, we lose more money because of that.
Correct.
And yet, this is one of our biggest priorities that we have put there, that this is affecting us year after year after year. So have we gotten with the other counties that this affects and said, could we make this a big priority for us?
Through the chair, we have, but with little success.
It's very frustrating.
Ms. Rosario?
Thank you. So I'm going to come full circle to ESSER funds, right? When we started to receive ESSER funds, I started to question what will happen when we stop receiving ESSER funds. The assumption is we're no longer going to get any more ESSER funds. Those are done. We've incorporated some positions within, I don't want to say we've incorporated some within the ESSER fund category, but we've used ESSER funds for some of the positions that we currently have. My concern with that has always been, are those going to then be sunset positions when the ESSER funds run out, essentially? So we're coming up to that point now. I believe next year we should be at that point where we no longer would have ESSER funds available, hopefully, if we've budgeted correctly, and then we're back to our regular budget, and then we have to incorporate all of those positions back into our regular budget. Am I correct in
To
In
the
all-
chair, almost,
Almost, okay,
okay? Just a little bit of point of clarification.
please.
Whenever we start the new year off, wherever you're supposed to be funded for is where you're funded from. So if you're a generally funded teacher, you are funded in general fund. I
Okay.
put you there in the beginning of the year. I get with HR and say everybody goes back to where they need to go. So that when I present my budget, I know where I am for that year. Then, as soon as the year starts, ever how much money I have in ESSER, then I start moving people over. Now, when I do that at the end of this year, what that did is that increases my ending fund balance. So basically, I use federal money versus general money. So to answer your first question, what happens when they come back? They were back at the beginning of this year, and you balanced your budget and you were in good shape. They will go back at the beginning of next year. And then as I move into next year, we'll have about $8 million left of our last piece of ESSER. I will move $8 million worth of people into ESSER. That'll help me with next year's ending fund balance. This year, we got an increase in BSA, so we'll be able to cover most of all those increases that we're going to have for this year. FRS.
BSA, what do you mean? I think we need to clarify, we need to say, not use the acronyms
Oh.
for the general public and for me, so I know what you're talking about.
For the definition of ESSER?
No, you said BSA.
Oh, basic allocation, excuse me,
Okay.
basic allocation.
Okay.
The increases we have this year, along with the increases in family empowerment, we got a healthy little increase, okay? That should just about cover our mandatory increases for next year going in for FRS, healthcare, and some labor, and some union raises, okay?
Okay.
And that will also bring everybody back into general fund. So we should be in a good position. So we'll be back balanced with the general fund, with still a healthy increase in our ending fund balance, and the opportunity to increase that fund balance next year by moving additional positions in the ESSER. So everybody's going to come back, and you'll still be balanced.
And we won't be at a loss then. That's always my concern, is once we move everybody back, that we'll be in the red. But,
So-
yeah,
Through the chair, yes, all the positions will be funded. But when Mr. Fagan says there's $8 million that we're spending in next year's budget to fund services and support for kids, we're going to play a game of ESSER Hold'em, where I'll be the dealer and you guys will be playing, and we're going to have to figure out what $8 million of services are we not going to provide in 25, 26. So there's no way, when you have additional money coming into your system, that money's going away. And
Right.
Ms. Rosario's concern is, let's make sure it's not staff, that we're funding staff, but this is additional above and beyond services to offset the impact of the pandemic. So as we go through this process, we will strategically say, these are the things that we're pulling back into this year, and these are the things that we're pulling back into in years 2 and 3. So Mr. Fagan has done a outstanding job of taking those resources and ensuring, regardless of what happens, we're going to extend the impact of those dollars. But at the same time, we can't get around making difficult decisions on things we're going to have to stop doing because there's less money. And I'm specifically speaking just of ESSER.
so one of the other concerns that I have had was the transparency with ESSER. It's, no secret, I've publicly stated that I would love to have on our website either a PowerPoint or a training to kind of explain to everyone where ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3 funds were used in our district, as other districts have done. I go on our website periodically. Our search bar doesn't search for ESSER. Our search bar doesn't search for a lot of things. But, you put in ESSER and nothing comes up. If I go to the financial website, there is nothing there for ESSER or ESSER funds. So I think you have to do like 500 different clicks, and you've got to know where to click in order to find it. Is there a way that we can become better, at making this maybe a tab on the left or something?
To the chair, yes, ma'am. All that information is currently on the website. I'll get with the technology and webmaster, and we'll see if we can't create a little hot bucket or a little quick link at the bottom to take you to it.
Okay, and thank you for that. And then the slide on family empowerment. Let me go back to that.
Which one?
I'm trying to find it now. So that would be,
10?
yes, it would be 9 and 10, actually, both. I'm going to start with 9. So the title on 9 says funded full-time students. That's all of our students, correct?
To the chair, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the next slide, because you said that this slide 9 was based on the projected numbers 6 months ago.
Yes,
And then you said slide 10 were current numbers, but slide 10 indicates other. That these are other students,
that's a typo. They're still the same children,
still the same children?
still the same children.
Okay, that's why I just wanted to make sure. Okay, so current numbers show okay, so currently, slide 10. My question on
Oh,
family.
okay, clarification. On page 9, the other in the far right-hand corner, it says other, and it's kind of in that orange color. It says other McKay, family empowerment. So when I go to page 10, that's that, other. Other means those children that were labeled on the prior chart. Not other children, just tying back to the prior chart. That would call those, there where it says other at the bottom.
You're pulling those out.
Right.
Yes.
Of the
Okay.
yellow into
Yes.
the orange.
Okay, so just so the public doesn't, understands, when you say family empowerment, what do you mean by family empowerment? There's a lot of people who don't understand that, and I'd like us to be, clear.
To the chair, to the chair, that basically means any student or family member who completed a family empowerment scholarship and was approved by those two institutions that authorize it, that means that FTE will go to fund those students. They will get that scholarship amount.
And now our family, the reason why this spikes up, or why the projection is spiked, is because the assumption is that now that family empowerment scholarships are going to be open, not just to students, families of students who have special needs or who have, reading disabilities or dyslexia or some specific need, now family empowerment scholarships are going to be open to everyone.
To the chair, yes, ma'am. So you always had McKay, you always had certain kinds of scholarships, but you're also always capped. That cap has continued to escalate significantly over the last couple of years. Your funding for family empowerment scholarship, or just basically call them all the scholarships. From last year to this year, you went from 1.4 billion to 2 billion. Your number of students went from 145,000 students to 228,000 students. That's basically a 42% increase in funding and an 85% increase in FTE. It's because you raise the cap, then you allow more children to participate in the scholarship.
So that basically means, in short form, that a student who is currently here, whose parent accesses this family empowerment scholarship, can use those funds like a voucher program, what is traditionally understood, and can go to another school.
To the chair, yes, ma'am.
Do they need a reason to use these scholarships the way that there used to be a need for a reason in the past?
To the chair, I'm not that familiar with the scholarship program, other than you fill out the application, it's reviewed and approved or denied.
So the new law that just passed says no. Any parent can use the scholarships for any student at any time and request to take their child someplace else, which is why this projection is so high, and why this is actually on the lower end, where it could be higher than this.
To the chair, yes, ma'am.
Would would there be a negative impact on us for a student who would access, a parent or a student who would access or use family empowerment scholarships to go to another school?
So make sure I understand the question. So I will say this, is we had an estimated increase in our FT of 500 going in the next year. The increase going into family empowerment was 565. These are the numbers coming from DO. So that means they're projecting 65 students that we currently have going to family empowerment. Your impact to the district is not, of those 1,100 children, not all 1,100 children leave one school or one classroom or one grade level. So you're taking children out of all over the district. We still have to maintain a teacher. I still got to maintain a ratio of somewhere between 1 to 18, 1 to 25, somewhere around there. DOE did change the class size penalty. They kind of took away the penalty and simply said, well, if you're over class size, I'm going to send you an email and you got to tell me what you're going to do about it next year. They're not necessarily going to take away any of your funding. which they kind of looked at this and said, well, they're probably going to have some schools that are going to be either half over, 1 over, 2 over class size. Maybe they were being nice to us and said, we'll make that process a little bit easier for them. But that still means I have to have a teacher in front of a classroom with, one school might have 30 less children. Well, I still got the same fixed cost, so we're still operating at the same level. Now, does that mean can I consolidate? Yeah, when you get to a certain point, I might be able to increase that class load, but you don't want 30 children in a kindergarten class.
Right.
So you might be able to consolidate somewhere and do some efficiencies, but not really. So our fixed cost is basically staying the same, but I've got less revenue. And this, next year's estimate is $9.4 million that we won't have.
Interesting. Okay, and then my last question, going back to slide, I'm going to go to the general fund, slide number 3. The final budget. The, in this slide, 80% are services to students and teachers. Of that 80%, do you know how much is specifically for classroom instruction programs and curriculum?
Approximately 115 million.
What would that be in terms of percentage? Do we know? Sorry, I mean, if we don't know offhand.
31%.
Okay, so 31% of our budget is going for academic programs.
Well, I have to be careful when we say that because part of my number of there of the 80% is also all your professional development. So I may not be in the classroom teaching, but I taught the teacher how to teach better. So I have that. I have technology. I have the school administration, walking the schools, making sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. So if it's just the teacher you're talking about, yes, that's about 32%.
Okay, so I'd like to see how much, percentage would be inclusive of all of those factors that are specifically directed or have a direct impact on classroom instruction. PD, I understand. Admin, I understand. But if my point is, when anyone looks at this, they see, or even on the previous, and there was I think last year's budget, we were spending more money, or at least the visual of it, we were spending more money on things that were not academically focused. They weren't focused on classroom instruction. And so I'd like to show that we are so focused on this area, that it is a goal and a priority of this district, that more than half of our budget is focused on exactly that. What is going to have a direct impact on instruction and learning? That's really the crux of it for me. And then my next priority, I'll tell you right now, is going to be school safety, obviously. But those two have got to be very visible, where we're not putting mental health services in this. I'm not talking about mental health services, because I know mental health services is part of this 80%. I don't even want to know how much do you know the percentage of mental health?
To the chair, I do not have that with me on here.
So if mental health services are more than academic services, I think that's something that we need. I'm just an example. I'm not saying that that's it, but just an example. I think we need to kind of look at where we are placing our priority. So we need to that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. A few comments.
Dr. Jones, do you
I'm
mind
sorry.
if I make a brief comment?
Sure.
Thank you. I know, Mr. Fagan, we've had a number of conversations about this topic, even since the beginning. I'm just too tall for it. But, I think that if you look closely at the economy, I think you could make the argument we've been in a recession. I think in the last month, a number of lead economists have come out and said they're expecting that we will go into a real one. So, I think we've had conversations about this. I think we should plan for hard times and make sure we have emergency funds available. And I would, generally direct the cabinet to think about how they would proceed if there was a 2008 event type situation. because I think that realistically, it's something we may have to deal with in the next year or two.
To the chair, I would agree. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Posca. Just a few
Dr. J?
comments. Oh, I'm sorry.
Clarification. I don't do math very well. Dr. J does better math than I do. 61% is instructional. I was
61%.
dividing by the total budget, not just the general budget.
All
Sorry.
righty.
Hi, Doc.
Okay, then it's my
Just,
turn.
oh, sorry. Just one thing, I did use your search button, and ESSER does come up. If you misspell it, ESSR instead of ESSER, it does not come up. So it's not like Microsoft, and it can analyze our mistakes.
Okay, couple questions, couple comments. Mr. Fagan, will this district grow again?
Through the chair, based on an old man's theory, no.
I mean, the question was asked about impact. This will have an impact. As you said, we'll still pay the air conditioning bills. We still have to have the teacher-student ratio. We still have to have everything in place. What is the exact amount? Because I got questions on this. When a parent applies for the scholarship to go to a private parochial homeschool, what is the exact amount they'll receive from the state?
Through the chair, it depends on the type of child. If it's a basic child, they get about $9,000 or $10,000. If it's an ESE child, it could be somewhere between $15,000 to $28,000. I don't have the.
That's all right. I just want to know a general.
It's all based upon the child, and there are set numbers that are established by county within the state. DOE says if you live in Palm Beach County, you may get $9,000. If you live in Indian River, you may get $8,500, based upon your child.
A question for a principal who did FTE all the time. Let's say they do this, but then want to come back to the school system, like after FTE in November. What happens to us as far as getting the money back proportionately?
That is the reconciliation process through DOE, through the scholarships, as to when did the child leave the private school, come back to us. If they cut the checks quarterly, if they've already paid the private school, we won't get our money back until the charter school, until the private school has paid us back. If they're there on the next FTE period and we account for them correctly, leaving family empowerment, coming to us, then we'll get half that FTE.
Okay.
But I can't guarantee it's 100% right
Right.
if on the payment file that student is still listed as being in that private school.
You talked about the collection accountability being 1 million. Would you get a little bit more specific on that for me?
Well, that basically means if we say on our report that we have 100 children in family empowerment, the payment file from DOE will come in at 125 children. They will deduct me for 125, regardless of what my records say. Their payment file supersedes our FTE file. So if they deduct me for 125, I'm out 125 students. There's my $1 million. That's not the exact number, but that's how it works.
And
Excuse me, they are constantly reconciling that, and on every FTE run, you'll see a little bit of money coming back, usually at the end of the year.
Right.
But you still have to front that cut up front.
Ms. Berenberg talked a little bit about the local effort, which is usually around 60%, state effort 40%. Yeah, if we go into recession, that could be some issues. But the one other thing, with the, your department and the scholarships kind of flowing through us and looking at maybe a higher number this year, do we have the staff to handle that?
There's in Pam's office, there's a lady who, Camille, yeah, she processes that application process. She checks whatever comes in from DOE, she records it into Focus to say, this child was at Treasure Coast, they are now at a scholarship, and she records it in FTE and reports that back to DOE. If that number was to significantly increase, I'm speaking just for Pam, that's a manual, tedious process. It is very labor intensive. It is not automated. If we were the size of a larger district, you would potentially have 4 or 5 people just doing this process.
Dr. Moore, we talked a little bit, you know, you really can't predict how many will leave, but try to have a number. Will we have teacher layoffs with retirement and attrition? Do you think we're going to that point?
Through the chair, no, not next year, no.
Okay. When do the other calls I've been getting, when do the families have to submit this, and can they do it mid-year? How does that work?
Through the chair, currently, they can apply at any given time for the Family Empowerment Scholarship, even for Hope, through that process.
So if they did that in December, they would get the amount proportionately.
Yes.
And I had one more, I'm sorry. You know, with ESSER coming to a close, our millage that we have, yeah, we might have to plan for a rainy day, just to make sure we're okay. I mean, you know, as a school board member here, you know, we have the 14,500 students here. I want to make sure that we do the best for our students in this system, because we still have to follow all the rules and be accountable. So like Mr. Fagan said, I think it's very important, you know, even though we may lose another 100 students, another 400 students, I don't know, but I want to make sure that we do the best that we can for our staff, teachers, and parents who are with us each and every day. That's my comment on that. All right, board members, any other questions for this part of the agenda?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Rosario?
I'm going to come back because there was a comment that was just made. I'm going to come back to the projected amount of students that may leave with regard to the family empowerment or the McKay or for any other reason. I think a bigger question might be, why would thousands of students or parents, why would hundreds of parents want to choose to pull their child or children from the school district and go to another school? And that might not be a question that needs answering right now, but I think in deep reflection, the district should kind of think about that and plan for and address what might be missing for a family in our district that would say, I don't want my kids going to one of the public schools in our area. If we have that many families, there might be a bigger concern. If there are similar reasons, then that might be something that we can easily address, right? If it's curriculum, if it's discipline, if it's curriculum, I don't know, whatever it might be. If it's a special needs issue, whatever that might be, that's something that is a bigger question that I don't know if anyone, I know I have not had an opportunity to have conversation around that. So as a superintendent, would you see a concern if we have that many? Would you see the same kind of concern or the question that would need to be asked, why?
So through the chair, I think the school systems that are going to be successful in the state of Florida need to take the stance, bring it on. Because at the end of the day, we are the system in this community that's going to guarantee a certified teacher. We're going to guarantee a class size. We're going to make sure everyone is certified and provide high levels of professional development and ensure that students are safe and secure. And we need to embrace choice. So celebrating, honoring, ensuring that we're informing the community of the options that are absolutely available. That's our responsibility to communicate the great things that are happening in terms of our classrooms and our schools. Really marketing school site specific, not district specific, but looking at each particular school, building relationships. And I can tell you, just doing the Faces campaign at all of our elementary and secondary schools, the connection in terms of parents and students at our schools is drastically improved over the course of this year. And that's being intentional and going out there and saying, I know what it was during the pandemic and I know the barriers and obstacles that were there, but we need to continue to build those strong relationships at schools and having real, authentic opportunities for parents to engage. At the same time, the projection for us of that 350, we have to be nimble enough to respond to whatever the reality is going to be. I've said it a number of times, I don't think that's going to be a reality. I think it'd be 25 to 30. We were actually a school system that increased in enrollment last school year. One of the few that actually did. But as other schools pop up or there's opportunities to say, hey, I'm gonna open a school and we have to, know that. Some pop up out of nowhere. So we need to be able to prepare, and when the parent is confronted with a choice, they see us as the best choice.
Thank you. And then I'll end here. The Hope Scholarship is pretty much, to my knowledge, the one that is used if you're bullying and you want to pull, and there hasn't been a resolution, and the parent wants to pull their child. from the school district and put their child in another school, private school or some other school of their choice, that would be used with the Hope Scholarship monies. But for everything else, for all the other family empowerment scholarships, those would be, they're different. They range. There's a variety of other scholarships out there. So I will end with saying that not every homeschooler accesses the family empowerment. I know the question was raised about homeschooling, and 99% of homeschoolers do not use these scholarships. 99% of homeschoolers homeschool because they don't want to have their child in the public school system. There are some that are now able. We weren't actually, and obviously you all know I homeschool. Homeschoolers were not traditionally eligible for family empowerment scholarships. This year, of course, with the new law, they are. They're included in that if they want to, but at the end of the year, everyone who is now engaged or receiving family empowerment scholarships will have to, at some point, take a standardized exam. So I come full circle to the homeschool families. Not everybody wants that for their child. So I think the key to what you just said is we have to embrace choice. What are we doing in our district? And you don't have to answer it now, but what are we doing in our district to embrace choice and to really make an effort to provide those choices for families in our district to avoid the possibility of them kind of going someplace else. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay, just one question before we end. I witnessed this on the legislative side. They said they were going to give a little bit more flexibility to schools and how we spend our money. Now, can you be specific with that? I know what you're going to say, but go ahead.
Through the chair. Preliminary review of what they've released is there's a couple of categorical funds that they have said we're going to just move that up to the base school allocation, such as instructional materials, reading, and maybe teacher supply money. So in theory, what that means is that money got moved to base allocation, which means it's fully discretionary. You can do with it what you will, but you're going to have to buy textbooks in a few years. So if you spend it all and commit it to reoccurring fees, reoccurring expense, you're going to have to take somewhere else to buy those textbooks. So you did give flexibility, but you didn't say, okay, you never have to buy textbooks again, so you can do what you want to. So they gave you the flexibility, but the requirement is still there. So for us, my budget plan is whatever I budgeted for instructional materials this year is I'm setting aside for next year. Whether I spend it or not, if I'm not buying, it will then, because then it will stay and roll over again next year.
Right.
Because in a few years out, there's going to be a $5 million purchase for more textbooks.
Right.
So there'll be that saving for that rainy day will be there, and you don't go into a new year and say, oh, I need $5 million for textbooks, and I've got $200 in my textbook account, so I need $4.8 million from some other source.
Got it. And Dr. Moore, thank you for saying what you did. You know, we are in an era of school choice. Everyone knows that, and parents have the right to choose. And I just want to add, with my 3 children who went through K-12 doing very well, thank you to Indian River County School District. Appreciate it.
All right, Madam Chair, the next presentation I don't think will take too long, but I wanted to provide a quick update to the board. We made slight modifications to our code of conduct at the last board meeting, and as they pull up this slide, because I prefer not to put my glasses on. It is level 2 and level 4 infractions first, then we get to the fun, gifted presentation.
He's working on it.
All right.
He's scrambling right now.
All right, so let me I'm gonna try to talk through it while he finds it up, and the time he gets it up, we'll probably be done, which means I do have to put my glasses on. So we spoke around level 2 and level 4 infractions, specifically revolving a threat. When a threat is made, I wanted to really ensure or give a level of confidence to our board that we're taking every step necessary in order to ensure that it's fully investigated and that the appropriate accountability and support is taking place for that student as well as the school community. So when the threat comes in, it is immediate connection and engagement with law enforcement. So a school principal is not working in isolation. We immediately contact the experts and work the entire incident with them. We conduct a threat assessment. And I know all of you know this, but just to say it, the threat assessment team is a school administrator, school counselor, school psychologist, mental wellness specialist, teachers, and the school resource deputy or officer. That is a comprehensive review, a protocol-driven process where you're looking at the history of the student, you're looking at the threat that was made, you're fully investigating not only the threat, but you're doing a regression study, for lack of a better way of saying it, in order to determine, is this something in which we need to appropriately act on, and then how do we appropriately act in order to ensure the accountability for the student takes place, while at the same time maintaining a level of safety and security for our students. Following that, parents are contacted, the discipline referral is created, they're assigned the 10-day suspension, the case is referred to the district suspension expulsion review team. That is what CERT is. They review, is it appropriate to pursue an expulsion for this particular student? And then that student is put up for expulsion if it is in fact concluded in the district suspension review team, which is once again the incoming administrator or the principal of the alternative school, the principal of the current school, Ms. Christofoli, leads that process. If it's an ESC student, the appropriate ESC staff is on there, and then we speak through with them, is an expulsion the appropriate assignment based on the evidence that had been provided. So that was just a very, very quick update. We will look at expulsion for students when they do make that threat. That was the tweak. Mr. Bass, you want to?
Through the chair, going off of what we talked about the other night and moving forward, we have, my time here 3 years and comparing when I first got here, expulsion hearings, we haven't done those in a long time. And now we will be having our 5th and 6th one this Friday. So we have stepped things up a bit. Is it an ideal situation to ever expel a student? No, it's not, because we know they're not going to get the education that they so desperately need. However, through time, and all of us have worked in one way of education or not, or another, we see as times changes in society, we must also change how we approach things in our school system. And so, a long time ago, expulsion, expel them, get them out. Then it was like, okay, we want to try to keep them in, educate them. But now we are getting back to the point where we're going to have to take the appropriate action to when you do something, there are consequences. But B, to keep all the other students safe. And also, and I think you kind of set a tone. And we've started out this school year taking a more rigid stance on discipline. Yeah. However, we've got work to do. So, Ms. Christofoli and I, we talk daily, particularly about student discipline and what's happening and where it's going. And, when she has CERT meetings, we talk about that, prior to those meetings as to what if and this and so forth. So we talk that through. One thing that we have done, I guess the past 2 years that was not done in Indian River before, was in lieu of expulsion, they will be educated virtually, whether it be through our virtual school or they enter into Florida Virtual. Again, is it ideal for that student? No, it's not. However, student has done something egregious enough that they can't come back on our campus. So That may be why we're not seeing as many expulsions as you think we should be seeing, because we have taken that avenue, because this way we feel like we can still have some interaction and some control, and especially if they're an ESE student, they can still get services rendered.
So, yeah, thank you. That was just a quick update to give every level of confidence that we are, in fact, not wavering when it comes to behavior in our schools, especially the most egregious behavior.
Board members, any questions, comments?
I have a question.
Ms. Rosario?
Is this going to be something that, well, thank you for the flow chart. Is this going to be something that will be added as an addendum to our current code of conduct? Because this, I don't think this chart is in there.
Through the agenda, that this chart is not,
Separate.
we could add it, but if I was to charge to do that, I would probably make it even more explicit and friendlier for the parent to interpret. I think we have to, as we move into next school year, ensure there's a level of training with a new code of conduct, which we do every single year. It's part of the programming when you have the orientation, so that would be an example in which you would be using a document like this or something very similar to this.
Well, I would definitely put it in there. If we can put it in now, I mean, I don't know if we'd have to go through the whole 30 days, but I'm assuming if all board members are okay with it, we can just agree or bring it back to us to agree to just add this as an amendment or, you know, another, because, and I'll tell you why. Because there was a recent concern of a parent who had a fourth grader who went to the bathroom, and other fourth graders went in, pulled the kid out from under the bathroom stall, beat him up in the bathroom, and nothing was done about it, right? So the parent tried to get this addressed, and the principal wanted to ultimately not do anything, but then when the parent pushed and pushed, it was suggested to move the kid, not the kids who beat him up. Just move the victim and not, and obviously we just went through the whole process with the code of conduct. So parent, right, contacts me, and I'm like, oh, no, here are your rights, right? Here's the code of conduct. You know, this is, something's not right. But I guess the whole point of it is, mom said, I don't know my rights. Mom said, I don't know what to expect. This is a very clear indication of what she could expect, and obviously to the administrators to see what the process is. So adding it to our code of conduct would be really helpful, just as an additional kind of visual. Now, I believe it has been since been addressed, but I think the training behind it, my assumption is because it was very new, you know, the revisions of the code of conduct just happened. We, you know, just approved it a few weeks ago, or several weeks ago. Maybe that training hasn't happened yet, but I think that training is critical for obviously principals and school building administrators, because we've made significant changes to it, and we can't keep doing the same thing over and over again. We really have to make sure, you know, hone it in and make sure everybody understands what is the expected behavior and the expected outcome.
Anyone else? Dr. Posca?
I appreciate the update, and I think obviously I made my thoughts on the topic pretty clear at the last board meeting, so I appreciate you giving us an update.
Thank you.
Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I agree with Dr. Posca. Thank you for tightening it up. The one thing I don't see on here, though, is some sort of counseling for the student afterwards, where it looks like throwing away the child. And I get it, they did something wrong. They need to be punished. The concern I have is, you know, I hate to say it, but most school shooters are kids that something like this happened and the school didn't want them anymore, and now they come back. So what are we going to do as far as counseling a kid who is being exited from our school district?
So one of the unique things with a threat assessment team is each and every time we convene the team. And what we find out is we're able to provide services and support, which historically across the nation were probably being missed. And threat assessments is unique to Miami. So when you go back and you just don't look at an incident in isolation, you look at it and you look at all of the other, the history.
Right.
You say, what services can we provide? the day when we have to do an expulsion, and as Mr. Bass said, you make a mistake, whether it's a mistake or it is a progression of a behavior that has not been appropriately addressed, we need to address it. But at the end of the day, we want to get the services and support to the family and to the student as quickly as possible, so we see less and less egregious behaviors and threats being made. We could include into this presentation, when you look at the threat assessment, it's also the convening of support and services. So it's just not do the expulsion. Yes, we do the expulsion. The most expensive school that we run is our alternative school. The additional support and staff that are there to provide additional services to students, whether it be counseling or the plethora of services that are there, that's by design. You're going there for a very specific reason. It's not a jail by any means. It's quite the opposite. There's a lot of great things that happen there. So it is providing an appropriate level of support.
I think if we're going to put something in front of parents, though, it would be nice to have two things in there. One is what would happen, you know, with that student as far as getting support along the way so that they don't make the same mistakes over and over again. And then the other one is what does the victim get as far as support and concern and counseling? I think it's both of those, because if I'm looking at it as a parent, I want to know if my child's a victim, what's going to happen, and then what's going to happen to the bully.
Dr. Moore, did you say you would want to look at this again before or add to it before we go into the code of conduct with it, or be more specific? I think you made that comment.
Yeah, through the chair. The intent of this was to give clarity around the process for expulsion that leads to expulsion. There's probably another 3 arms that probably would need to come out in this chart to talk about the services of support. So when you're looking at it in its totality, you're seeing all paths and all avenues.
Ms. Rosario?
Thank you. A question here, the threat assessment team, I think that the concern might be that the threat assessment team only appears to be in the flow chart if there is a threat. If we, on the other side, let's say there isn't a threat, if on the other side, under assigned corrective intervention, if we can include there assigned corrective intervention and or, you know, mental health counseling, you know, guidance counseling, a school psychologist, mental wellness specialist, whatever that is in that box or set or section, excuse me, we might be able to cover both areas. So we're, you know, addressing the needs of children on both sides.
Okay.
Got it.
Any other comments? Thank you.
Thank you, Board. I'll circle back. Next, at the request of Ms. Berenborg, is a update on gifted programming. A meeting was held, I want to say in January or February. That's the Superintendent's ESC Advisory Council. We had a group of parents attend that particular meeting and share opportunities for improvement associated with gifted. As a result of that meeting, we convened a work group with parents as well as staff to really look at what we're doing around this specific programming. And I can tell you, we're doing a lot, and there's a lot more that we could be doing as we refine and build the program. So as a result of that meeting that took place in January, we did convene this group. They met in March, March twice, once in April, really looking at the curriculum that's being provided to our children who are gifted. I think as we go into the summer and roll into next school year, significant opportunities to enhance the curriculum that we have available to make sure that all resources provided within that curriculum are being used, A, appropriately, and B, there's significant understanding by teachers to understand when they can access other curriculum and resources appropriately approved, of course, that can be used to meet the individual needs of children. Really trying to continue to enhance some of the interactive exercises, our science project or STEAM science project fair, being more intentional of building that out during the first quarter is something that we need to continue to do or enhance. The monthly gifted newsletter is an opportunity to ensure what is available and when it is available to students on a monthly basis in order to build a solid understanding as to what's happening with our gifted students, and then looking at creating a enhanced summer program based on student interest going into our summer programming. So summer programming is just not for remediation, it is in fact for enrichment as well, so there would be opportunities in collaboration to build those unique experiences. Some of the next steps is really to look at the resources that we have for teachers and students. I mentioned it earlier. I'm actually convening a group of parents who attend Beachland and work with them in the school site. And that was based on my last Superintendent Advisory Council. And that really is the opportunity to have a deeper understanding as to where I need to give the authority to teachers to make sure when there are additional resources or materials that are needed, they know where to access them to provide them to the student. So while at the same time continuing to enhance the gifted program or the pull-out models that we use. We also need to look across all schools. So in some cases, we have a large number of gifted students where it becomes relatively straightforward to provide those services, but gifted children are in all schools. So enhancing the understanding of the services and support being provided in those schools in which you have a very few experiences. The experience of the gifted program should not be dependent upon the number of students who are gifted in that particular school, but ultimately we can be nimble enough to create programming at each and every single school. Continue to develop our, like I already said, the newsletter and the virtual meetings with parent of the gifted learners. Is just being more intentional of connecting parents to those services and support. So a lot of times, you know, great things are happening or there's opportunities to engage or connect with the parent to improve things that are happening. But if you're not having those conversations, then ultimately that becomes a missed opportunity. So just, I think it's next week, Dr. Jacobs, is that correct? I'm gonna have the opportunity to sit with the principal, ESE parents, and engage in the conversation. So this isn't something that is ultimately a completed project. My interaction with those parents really is a positive opportunity to come together, look at the programming, and then create what will be a short-term and long-term plan, short-term going into next school year, and then ultimately long-term. But some of the focus that we've already learned is that we need to ensure teachers understand what resources are available to meet the needs of gifted students, while at the same time understanding the resources that we have or our core curriculum, and make sure that they're using it in the most powerful way for all of those students. The data was clear in 2019, even though it was the old assessment, as we embark on a new assessment, that the regression of high-achieving students is something that we needed to address. And I have said it from multiple times. Some of the programming that my daughters took wasn't available here in this particular county. So as we increase AP and IB and dual enrollment opportunities for our students to take those rigorous courses, we need to continue to pull down to the middle school as well. We've done that with ensuring middle school courses or high school courses are being offered to our middle school students to accelerate those students, and that's still in elementary school, really looking at the natural programming to meet the needs of all kids. You know, if we have a level 5, we want to grow all percents. The only percent of students that are level 1 and 2, those are the percents we want to decrease, not ultimately increase. So there's still a lot of work to do in being more nimble to not just provide remediation, but ultimately enrichment. And a lot of times, the gifted student is overlooked because they're well-behaved. They're going to do as they're asked to do, but ultimately, what we need to be asking them to do is very rigorous, innovative things that promotes their growth as well. So this is more of an update than a final product, but I'd be happy to answer any questions the board may have.
Mr. Barenberg, I'm sorry. Mr. Barefoot, go ahead.
Just one question. Is testing the exclusive or the only way of identifying a quote-unquote gifted student?
So yes, you have to be assessed, and there's two different avenues. One, there's Plan A and Plan B. Dr. Jacobs, you want to explain the difference between the two plans?
Anytime a student, so anybody can refer a student to be screened for gifted services, and there are two plans, a Plan A and Plan B. Plan A really focuses on looking at the gifted characteristics of students, and we get information from both the parents as well as the teachers on whether they're observing those characteristics. And also there is an intellectual assessment that is given, and there is a cutoff that's set by the state on that intellectual assessment to qualify for eligibility for gifted services. In addition to that, there is a Plan B, which is really when the state requests us to increase the underrepresented populations in gifted. And so we're looking at those same characteristics. We're looking at an intellectual assessment as well. And based upon a variety of factors, we look at the cutoff on that assessment as well, and students can qualify that if they're either economically disadvantaged or they are an English language learner.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I'm far from an expert on this, but in some cases, these kids it's obvious. In some kids, the environment in which they've grown up would never afford them to realize the potential and so unless you have the subjective component, if that's what you want to call it, you end up missing the opportunity to take some kids that really do have that kind of potential and have them realize it.
And you're absolutely right. I know that the Department of ESC has been doing a lot of work on not only identifying those students who are traditionally, what we consider traditionally gifted, but may exhibit characteristics that are less associated with giftedness so that we can identify those kids that might fly under the radar.
Ms. Berenborg?
Sure, thank you for this. Yeah, getting to that comment, I walked to school last year, and there was a little boy that was obviously having some discipline issues, and the teacher had kind of just, that's him, that's how he behaves. And I said, have you tested him for gifted? Because I had a short little conversation with the child and realized he was bored. And that teacher was like, I have too many things to worry about. He's not gifted. So it's like, wait, how are you the know-all of that? How are we training our teachers to identify a child that's gifted that doesn't necessarily fit the square peg? Because this was a child that I had think, he was in 5th grade. And I think he got tested afterwards, and I asked whether or not he made it in. I wasn't told, but I was interested to find out because it's those kids right there that we're turning off early, and then they get turned off of school. Yep. And if we can challenge them early enough and identify them early enough, and sometimes it's like, what gets me about the giftedness thing, like you said, sometimes you can see the child and that child is like thinking outside the box. It's not necessarily that they're math and science ahead. They might be so artistically creative and so left-brained, we call it, or right-brained, either one, that the other brain isn't really catching up, and that's okay. They're gifted in that area. So, our looking at gifted in this county has been so narrow compared to where I've seen other counties look at giftedness of it being more broad. And I'm not saying, every child's gifted in some unique way. It's really true. I mean, they all bring a different thing to the table when they come in a classroom. But what I'm saying is, what is it that child's gifted in? What is their gift? And then how can we help nourish that gift? Because I don't think we're doing a good enough job in nourishing the gifts. I really don't. Especially when you have a teacher say something like that to you.
Yeah, through the chair, very similar to a conversation we had earlier today regarding differentiated instruction. And differentiated instruction is just not going down for students who are underneath the standard and pulling them to the standard, but is accelerating students who are over the standard. So I think that's part of the focus as well. I can tell you it is something that's very exciting for me to have the opportunity to, not necessarily take off the superintendent hat, but to get in the weeds with parents and really look at this opportunity to improve the overall experience for students. So just reflect back 20 minutes about choice and having the opportunity to say, why is this school, whether it is Beachland, Dodgertown, or any other school, the best student for your school? This is part of that answer. That we are nimble enough to provide environments to meet the needs of all kids. And just because there is a standard set for a 3rd grader doesn't mean we're going to hold you to that. We're going to make sure you master that particular standard, but we want to continuously accelerate you. And that is very complex work when you have 22 kids in the classroom. So part of our next initial steps is understanding these are the resources that are available. Sometimes transformation happens when you give authority to people to make that transformation, meaning you have the ability to do these things. I think that's the initial next step, but I'm very excited about engaging with these parents around this particular issue to ultimately enhance what we're doing as a system.
I think, you know, we need more PD for our teachers for identifying giftedness. We do. I see teachers all the time, and they're stressed with everything. I get it. But sometimes they don't look at a child that's acting out in that way. They look at them as they're acting out and they're being, you know, basically a pain in the classroom versus, wait a minute, why is this child acting out? So, you know, we're still seeing it. I've been in this district, I've taught in this district. You know, some teachers can do that and some teachers can't. They can really identify every child in their classroom, what their needs are, and some people have no idea how to meet the needs of the kids. So, and not just gifted, obviously, everything. STEAM fair supports. So I think, Ms. Becerra, the thing that maybe you needed to come and ask me or talk to me about, you said I needed to talk to you about something at the beginning of this meeting. Is it about the Extension Office and how they can support us with STEAM? I thought so. So we have a new person that's Director of Extension and Services for Indian River County, and I got to be on that advisory council board meeting recently, and she's very, very eager to help support us in lots of different ways, one being connecting our kids with scientists, with people in the field, and other supports like that. So I really want to encourage that. Enrichment camps, thank you. We used to have those here long ago, remember? And I don't know how they fell by the wayside, but maybe it was funding. I'm just going with that. And where are our gifted programs located? So if we don't have enough kids at a campus, like what campuses have gifted programs? What campuses, where are gifted teachers and where are they going?
Gifted is, give me a second, I know the answer. I know. Gifted is wherever the child may be. Now, the example is typically at our magnet schools or Beachland specifically, where you have a higher number or higher percent of gifted kids. But the quality of programming should have absolutely nothing to do with the number of students who are gifted at that particular school. So every school is a gifted school.
Okay, and so, you know, when you're looking at giftedness in kids and promoting that, and you're saying, you know, we haven't seen it in the test scores. You know, if you go back and look, how many 5s have we had in things in our district? It's been low, I think.
No, it has been, we're new standard, so take everything
No, I know,
with a
I
grain
know.
of salt. So everything is shifting, and you know, what the bar was here, now the bar is here. Here we don't know yet. But ultimately, you know, what was observable was the regression of high achieving students.
Right.
So your percent of 5s in 3rd grade through 10th grade, or your percent of students even scoring at proficiency from 3rd to 10th grade, in comparison to Martin County, I think it was, I did this study even before coming, the recline in our county was down, where in that particular county it actually went up. And that's what you want to see. Students get smarter as they interact and engage with a school.
So we're on it.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Dr. Posca, any comments? Ms. Rosario?
Yes, let me pull this up, I'm sorry. Let me get back to my website. So the Department of Education defines gifted as students who have superior intellectual development and are capable of high performance. Each school district serves gifted students through local plans that provide academic and social emotional support. The links below provide more information, and then of course there's a whole list of state laws, regulations, and rules. The State Board Rule 6A-6.030191, it's titled Development of Educational Plans for Exceptional Students Who Are Gifted. And I've had this question, a general question, why gifted students are typically categorized under the IEP or the special needs category. And it kind of explains that in this rule where it reads, educational plans, or EPs, are developed for students whose only identified exceptionality is gifted. So for a student identified as gifted in accordance with this rule, I'm not going to read the whole rule again, and who is also identified as a student with disability as defined in paragraph 6A, blah, 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 the strengths, needs, and services associated with a student's giftedness must be addressed in a student's individual educational plan. So this is identifying a student who has special needs and is gifted, right? So a student who has special needs and is gifted on the IEP, we are indicating whether the student is gifted and would receive gifted services, gifted programming, something in the gifted area, correct? I'm just trying to understand this correctly. Okay, so I see yes. And then the question on the other side is, would a student who is solely gifted, not IEP, not special needs, just gifted, identified as exceptional, only identified exceptionality is gifted, would that student also need an EP, not an IEP? Yes, okay.
Sure, I think I can address those. If I make a mistake, I know Ms. Sealy will correct me back there. So if we look at the broad umbrella in the state of Florida, exceptional student education, that includes both students with disabilities as well as students with giftedness.
Okay.
So when you refer to a student who is solely identified as gifted, we would write an educational plan for that student in order to provide them the services to address their needs associated with their giftedness. If you have a student and what you're referring to is a student who's twice exceptional, so that's a student that's identified with a disability as well as a student that's identified with giftedness, that would be encompassed within an IEP.
Okay.
An IEP is more comprehensive in nature because it also includes a variety of accommodations and other related services. And therefore, so a student that's identified with both of those areas of need would have an IEP in lieu of an EP.
Okay, so thank you for that. Because I always worried, why is it always within that category? And we have, in fact, some parents that I know have complained about that and said, why, when there is a special needs meeting of parents, my child doesn't have special needs, the parent doesn't understand that it is part of the exceptionalities, and I think maybe more communication with parents to understand that. I'm not sure who would be responsible for that, if it's the actual department or, I don't know who does that, if the school, whomever. But I think some parents question, why am I here when I don't belong here? All they want is information on gifted. They don't want information on IEPs or any other special needs. The other thing is when we have, so I hear that we do not have gifted programs, but on our website, we have under gifted education, on our website, not the DOE's website, there are models and curriculum that are on there, and also something called Project E2. What is that? Does anyone know what that is? There's under Project E2, it says it's comprised of 3 strategic components. Strategy 1, increasing district and school curricular and instructional capacity. Strategy 2, procedures and practices, and then strategy 3, just unique accelerated blended learning.
Sure, I can address that. With regard to your first question, and just to provide a little bit of clarity, we do have gifted programs at our schools. And so that Project E2 actually was launched a number of years ago, and it was in response to a need that we saw similar to what Dr. Moore has referenced, is the regression of our level 4s and 5s at times on our state assessments. And part of the rationale for that particular strategic project was to help infuse enrichment opportunities not only through the gifted programming, but also within the classroom. And so we were doing a great deal of work with our teachers of the gifted, as I know Ms. Seeley currently is. She's the program specialist for gifted services, in order to build their toolboxes so that they could work with general education teachers in building those enrichment strategies, as well as identifying more innovative ways to blend technology with our core curriculum to enrich our gifted students, not only during gifted programming, but within the general education classroom.
Okay. Can we take a look at that as, on our website, the E2? It doesn't appear to specifically address gifted students, and yet it's on the gifted site. So maybe there might be some change of wording or just a review of that. Also on that page on the bottom are the procedures for review of parent-initiated gifted evaluations. The last time that was, it looks like it was reviewed was in 2018. So if we're in the process of taking a look at what our processes would be for parents to request a review or to ask now for, or parents, or teachers even, to request for their students to be gifted or take the assessment for gifting, we might need to take a look at that procedure and whatever our policies are on gifted education in our district, and do a thorough review of those. And the other thing is, if we have, as you just mentioned, programs, gifted programs at all of our schools, but we don't have all of our teachers certified for gifted education, or who may not have the endorsement, because I think there's an endorsement for that, then those gifted students are being serviced by someone who is out of field, and they may not be getting the quality education there. Or if you understand.
She so wants to come up here.
She what?
Ainsley, do you want to?
There's a teacher
You got it? Who rotates?
endorsed who is assigned to every single school K-12.
There is a teacher
Of
of the gifted endorsed and assigned to every single school.
Yes, ma'am.
And what
We
do
have
they,
6 teachers of the gifted, and so each of those is assigned to either 1, 2, or multiple schools based upon the number of students who are eligible on that campus.
so what do they do?
So on our elementary school campuses, they service students according to their EPs, and the minutes indicated on their EP, they pull them out for services on our elementary campuses. To speak to Dr. Moore's point earlier about concern for our students who had moved down levels in terms of moving from a 5 to a 4, 4 to 3, that kind of thing, we assigned one of our teachers of the gifted to support our secondary schools. She action plans with those students. She pulls the DF report and the missing assignment report.
DF is,
D or F grades.
oh, D or F grades,
Yeah,
okay.
yeah. So she pulls that report to see students who are gifted, who are not being successful in their classes, and problem solves with each of them individually. She maintains a spreadsheet that's shared so that we can see how many times she meets with the students. Even though our students at the secondary level are assigned consultative services, which is generally teacher to teacher, our teacher of the gifted is actually pulling our gifted students at least once a quarter on those secondary campuses.
So how many gifted students do we have in our
I'm going to
district?
go back and grab my cheat
Do
sheet.
you know that? Yeah, because I requested prior to this meeting to know how many we have, or at least a percentage of how many we have, just out of curiosity. And would there then be a need for, I guess, if we have, a majority of our students gifted, then I think we need to review everything, that we're doing in our district. But on the flip end of that, if we're not, then maybe there might be some other strategies that we can provide different services or services differently than what we're doing now to kind of engage those students Do you have those there?
So I have them by school. I don't have like
Okay.
grand total, and I don't know what the percentage is currently.
Okay, so
of our
Dr. Moore, would you
gifted,
be
of
able
our-
to get that to us?
Absolutely.
The other thing that I was going to ask is, and I brought this up in other sessions, in other conversations. So there are different exams. I'm going to talk specifically about the high school, right? There are several exams that high school students can take to advance their high school diploma. So they don't have to sit, let's say gifted, for example. I'm just going to talk about our gifted students. A gifted student who's probably a Doogie Howser MD, can ease through some of our science, classes with ease, could take the CLEP or the CLEP test, which is, let me get this right, the college level examination program, and they can take the CLEP exams in different subjects. So there are CLEP exams in algebra, accounting, English, finance, German, Spanish, math. There's a whole list of them approved by the Department of Education. And if they pass that CLEP exam, they get high school credit. They don't have to take the actual course. Are we offering those? And if not, can we include that in our gifted program or of services to be able to say, accelerate that student through and or then offer dual enrollment classes?
So through the chair, I think that's part of the natural next steps. So
I'm sorry?
that's part of the natural next step.
That's
So
part
we
of the
can look,
natural-
I don't think the district is currently doing that in terms of proffering the opportunity for students to take CLEP exams in order to receive both high school credit as well as college credit.
Yeah, I think that would be fantastic. If we could do that, then obviously it's not at the elementary level, but at the high school level, like, why not? And then utilizing our dual enrollment opportunities, either dual enrollment at our colleges or dual enrollment at IRSC. I've said this in other areas, I'll say it again here, only because this is public. I'm signing my son up for dual enrollment coming up this year, and I'm shocked at the process, right? I found out that sixth graders can sign up for dual enrollment at IRSC, and I love that opportunity that he gets to do it, but at the same time, and he'll get high school credit, I wonder why we're not utilizing more of those opportunities for our schools, for our students in our schools. And it might be a really, really great fit for those students who are gifted, right? Obviously, it could be for any student, but especially for those students who are gifted and who can do that work. So I'm throwing that out there because the CLEP exams are not the only one. The only exams, I think there are some other exams out there as well that give them high school credit and college credit as well.
To your point, we do embed in their EP goals, dual enrollment, AP, IB, specific to that student. Our students at the secondary level, alongside their parents, they do complete a survey so that they have input in terms of creating their own goals, and a lot of them do put the dual enrollment on there, but I think you've made a good point about the CLEP. We do need to look into that as well.
Perfect.
Hey, make a few comments, and then we're going to take a break. When I was middle school principal and then my children gifted in elementary, it really went with the certification of the teacher. And it seemed to work at elementary and middle. And I'll be honest with you, at IB, AP, dual enrollment, band, at the high schools, you didn't have an extra period. In fact, you worked your whole master schedule around that. So I love the idea, Ainsley, of the summer programming and getting that enrichment back again. That is wonderful. And I want to make sure, I know Dr. Jacobs mentioned this about the underrepresented and the ways we can get our students into gifted to really hone in on that, and give our teachers a knowledge base too, so that we can do that for our students. And a lot of it goes back to differentiated instruction. And we all know that takes a lot of training to do it right. So thank you for that, the summer programming. Thank you, Ms. Berenborg, for bringing this up. We need to,
And just,
Yeah, can I just say one other thing?
yes.
On the summer programming, I think a couple of years ago, there was a grant for that. I'm not sure if those grants are still available. I know when I was down in St. Lucie, we got Honda or Toyota, one of those grants.
Yeah, I know that the programming has, in the past, gone through the CNI department for those summer programs, but came up from our parents outside of the Parent Advisory Council, a particular parent who had experienced summer opportunities in the past, and she wanted some of that to be available. So our idea is to pull our parents in August with a survey to find out, number one, are they interested? What would be good timing for it, length of program, that kind of thing. But they talked a lot about robotics. I know we've done the drones in the past. Absolutely. I think we do need to look in grant opportunities. I can definitely coordinate with Cindy on that.
For example, I think there are some grant opportunities out there for working with scientists in the area. Since we're by the lagoon,
Right.
there are grant opportunities for students working on projects concerning the lagoon. So again, science fair is one of those things that you can tap into for that.
Any other board members? Okay.
just 5% of our students are gifted, 694.
Thank you.
That's
Thank
about
you.
right.
All right, we're going to take a
Spread-
break.
I'm sorry, that's spread against around the entire district. right?
K-12, yes,
And that's only because those are the ones that were actually assessed.
correct.
Okay, 2:06, we'll break until 2:16. Team, we will begin again with our workshop, and the next one on the agenda, the superintendent, is a review of this reading plan here for the school district of Indian River County, and that is Ms. Basura.
It is.
Ms. Basura, you have the floor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Through the chair. Hello, board members. During our individual board briefings, I shared with you our comprehensive evidence-based reading plan. This plan is an annual requirement and is submitted to the state. It's attached to and part of the annual reading allocation that we receive from the state. In development of this plan, we actually use the Department of Education's Just Read Florida's template, so we don't create, like what you see in that plan is their template. Let's see. It does include a description about our literacy teams, our data analysis, our thresholds for Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3 instruction. It addresses the best standards, our assessments, and we also work with 2 Florida Department of Educational regional directors on this plan, and we meet with them monthly. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Okay, board members who'd like to open this up? Ms. Rosario, do you have anything? Oh, okay, I do, just a little bit. Sorry. When you look at the, okay, this kind of goes along with what our testing is this year, with not having lower quartile or gains. And I know some of the data is coming out, but we haven't been able to disaggregate it yet. And all the testing that's happening this year. When will that be available for the board as to really look at? And I know we didn't have the gains or anything, but test 1, test 2, test 3. When will that be available, Dr. Moore?
Through the chair, probably towards the end of next week or early the week after that, we can provide what we have depending upon the availability of what we have.
And do you see, Ms. Basura and Dr. Moore, the iReady alignment working pretty closely with where we are now in these FAST tests?
So let me take a stab at it, Ms. Basura can modify. We just don't know. So the alignment between the new standards before they're actually assessed on would be a crystal ball kind of guess. The reality is the assessment is different. The alignment of standards is different. The structure of how they take the test. Last year's test was over 2 different days, shorter time periods. This year's assessment was 52 questions. And if you hear one more elementary kid talk about how long it was, all of that has an impact. What that impact will be is yet to be determined.
And you still believe with this new testing, iReady is the way to go as far as progress monitoring?
Progress monitoring provides information. Actionable data and resources and tools, instruction, iReady provides instruction based on a defined deficit. So it provides a toolbox, which is resources to students. It provides a pathway for students online so they can go on and do their required exercises based on where they currently sit.
Thank you very much. Anyone else? Okay.
All right, next 2 items, I believe, is Mr. Fagan, items F and G.
Good afternoon, through the chair. First item is AT&T Internet Service. Next to air, food, and water. Every school needs internet services, and this ensures that they have a continual service through the next 3 years, approximately $42,000 a year. It's a 3-year contract for $130,000. Any questions?
Questions or comments? Ms.
I was confused, the air, food, and water, wait, what?
Every school needs air, food, and water, and now they also need internet in order to
Okay.
function. So it's one of the top 5.
You threw that through so fast, I was trying to
Okay.
synthesize that.
Next item is disposal of surplus property. This is a list of items that we bring the board periodically throughout the year of items that have become obsolete. Most items have been fully depreciation and utilized and are no longer in functional use for the district. Any questions?
Questions on disposal of surplus property? Okay, good to go. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Bass will now cover item H.
Yeah, good afternoon. Have 5 items here. The first 2 of which are contracted services for a single point of entry vestibule hardening at 2 schools that we will be working on this summer. bring those to you in May. Also, I've got on here a contract for Summit Construction for management, CM at risk for TCTC Culinary Arts renovation and expansion. We have a grant award of $1.5 million. GMP has come in at 1.418. Be starting on that soon. The big portion of that is the cost of the equipment. I believe it was $420,000, if I'm correct on that. Another item here is routing software for transportation. We are getting away from the Edgelog software that we have used in the past, and the reason why, it did a good job for us, but the reason why is we have to house everything on a server, and that server gets overloaded and goes down. So we are shifting to Bus Planner, which is a cloud-based application. It's only $2,000 more. We had tried to get it within budget, but that's as close as we could come. However, we did get a grant for the $40,000 one-time implementation. So that'll be coming to you in May also. And then lastly, the one that I'm most excited about is contractual services for architect and civil engineer for the community complex track and field facility, presenting to you guys to go with Harvard Jolly for the architectural services. Looking forward to working with Renee Terracella from Harvard Jolly on that, and Carter Associates for the civil engineering. Any questions?
Questions, board members?
Yes, ma'am.
Chipmunk app.
Who?
On the bus planner, it says the parents are going to get a Chipmunk parent app. Is that an app where they can track their child like the last one?
Yes,
Okay.
that's the little name, yes, that's their little catchphrase.
So if it's on the cloud, how safe is it, that information of where a child is at that point?
That's not on the cloud.
Okay.
What's on the cloud is the stops and the times and the routing portion of it.
Even so, that's kind of,
Yeah, we put the stops in, but, I mean, we've got to have a house somewhere, and the other one was just crashing.
so is that encrypted information?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Oh,
all right.
yes. Oh, it'll be encrypted.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Mr. Bass, I visited some career and tech facilities. How soon will that culinary be ready at Treasure Coast Technical College?
I don't have a completion date for you. I know that we've got to go ahead and get the project started so that we're in accordance with the grant dollars. And the big thing is the lead time for the equipment. So that was why the urgency to go ahead and get that to you guys now.
Thank you. Dr. Moore, maybe at the next meeting, we could, we keep hearing the grant dollars, if we could get a grand total of how much we received in grants, or do you know?
$5.4 million to date.
This year?
This year, yes.
This year, 5.4. Thank you very much.
This school year or since January?
This school year, I think the benchmark in its initial year of the grant office was $3 million. And
That's awesome. Good job.
All right, any other questions for Mr. Bass? Okay, any other new agenda item by the superintendent?
Madam Chair, that exhausts the superintendent's agenda. I'll turn it over to you to facilitate the remainder of the agenda.
Okay, our next one is board member items, the school board attorney contract and feedback protocol. Mr. Visario, the floor is yours.
Okay, so I just have on the agenda here an item, not for any formal action right now, but just so that the superintendent can do some homework, I suppose, some research on his end. Oh, sorry. Board members, I have on the agenda an item for the superintendent to do some research for us to gather some data so that we can hear if there might be a recommendation or not moving forward with regard to our legal services. There could be a different array of, varied options, and none right now that I would anticipate would come to us, but only after the superintendent does some research on this would I ask the board at that point to engage in further conversation. So I'm asking for support on this item. Obviously, right now, we're just looking for consent for consensus for these, number one, the cost analysis and responsibilities of a school board attorney versus a district attorney. We've had these conversations in the past, but nothing has ever really come to fruition on it. So this would give the superintendent an opportunity to really delve into that a little deeper for us. Two, a full examination of attorneys within the firm, the current firm that we are contracted with, providing legal services, including a review of additional attorneys able to provide services needed for the district and the school board. The cost analysis, benefit, work responsibilities, and differences between hiring a school board attorney versus an in-house attorney and a contractor services attorney. So those would be three different. And then four, any recommendations provided should include a timeline for implementation, including RFP or RFQ if that is recommended at the time. Right now, this is the only thing that I am asking for support on for consensus moving forward. I think if we get consensus on this, it would have to come before the board again for a vote, or do we just move with consensus here? That's up to you all.
Board members? Oscar?
Sure, so you're, ooh, that's loud. You're trying to assess basically the different avenues to provide legal services and a price point comparison, just to basically look at the field of options.
Yes.
I don't see any reason why not to do that. It doesn't mean we're going to make any changes. 'Cause, I mean, one thing is it looks like what we have now is probably cheaper than what we had before. But I think it makes sense to do a review. I mean, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It probably will not take too many hours of your work, hopefully. But I would support reviewing it at least.
Thank you.
Ms. Berenborg?
Sure. This has been asked before, like you said, and you said it didn't come to fruition, but I thought there was an analysis done of what it would cost for a small district such as ours to have an in-house attorney versus go outside. And that's why we made the decision to go outside.
Through the chair, that was in the middle of the pandemic, so yes, we
Okay.
did do an initial analysis. I think this item is asking for four separate things that are a little bit different, a little bit more detailed and outsourcing. So I wouldn't say they were 100% the same.
Okay.
Mr. Barefoot?
I have no problem.
Okay, I know we talked a little bit about the cost of having the attorney here with us at district compared to school board attorney. Full examination of attorneys within the firm currently providing legal services and those who could provide services needed for the district. And again, this is a contract with Sniffen and Spellman. It is not just with certain attorneys, correct?
Through the chair, that is
For
correct.
example, we use somebody different for our DSEG plan and so forth. In-house attorney, and again, what was the difference in the cost at that time? I know it's during the pandemic, but having someone in-house full-time here versus what we do now?
Through the chair, I don't recall. I don't know, Mr. Fagan off the top of his head could recall. It was more expensive, but I think some of the research in this particular item looks at it from multiple perspectives and just not one versus the other.
All right, I'm sorry. Ms. Berenborg, then Mr. Barefoot, I'm sorry.
Yeah, one of the things I think that was brought up last time is when we had, like Suzanne in the past, she wasn't in-house, but yet she had to go out of her firm to get different lawyers to be able to help us with different contracts and things like that. Whereas I think we're utilizing pretty much the same firm for most of that. So if you're going to do an analysis, I'd like that done of, you know, what it would have cost us versus having, if we have an in-house, they're not going to be an expert in everything. You know, they're not going to be an expert in negotiations and in, you know, contracts with other things and in DSEG order and all those things. So I would like that analysis done too, is what would it cost us to have an in-house? And then what things would they have to probably go out for? Now, you don't know because you don't know the person and their skills. I get that. But what is it that we need?
Through the chair, I think the item asks for that research as
Yes.
well as recommendations. So it
Yes.
just doesn't come with, hey, here guys, you guys figure it out. It will come with recommendations from me.
Okay.
Yep. Mr. Barefoot?
Yeah, was basically going to say the same thing. The problem with an in-house, not there's a problem, you're going to have to outsource certain things. And even when you go outside and you contract with any firm, part of the decision is what is the breadth of their capabilities. It's not just we go outside and they have someone that's experienced in school board matters, but do they have HR capability? And we could go on and on with the laundry list. So the analysis of the capabilities of the firm enter into it even when you make that decision to go outside as we've done the last 2 times. So I'm sure you'll be able to differentiate and provide some guidance.
Absolutely.
Um,
Time frame.
This board chose our attorneys about 1.5 years ago. What was the date there?
I want to feel like it was 10 years ago. But no, I think it was 1.5 years ago.
And,
Just
and-
over, yeah, November.
And as Dr. Posca said, looking at the information Mr. Fagan has given us, because Suzanne did have to go out to several, other attorneys for certain matters, we're spending a lot less. And I think it was majority consensus that we hire this firm. So I don't mind with analysis, but I think we need to continue to do what we're doing as far as what we need from our attorney. And if there's any questions, we talk to the superintendent and the attorney. But I mean, I don't mind the analysis on the costs, but that's as far as I would go on that.
And I believe, just for my own, I am hearing absolute consensus, which is great. Ms. Rosari, if you can remind me, I think the item was initially to bring back to you when?
Well, my next question, I'm glad you brought that up, was for Mrs. Shattuck right now. Ms. Shattuck, because the board has consensus, would this be considered formal action right now? If we give the superintendent direction at this point to do this work, formal action would need a vote and would need to come back to us at a business meeting. But if this is just consensus here, I'm not so sure if there's a fine line there. So I don't want us to do the wrong thing in a workshop.
Through the chair, so I would view this under your protocol for requests for information, where if it takes more than 1 hour time limit to request, the superintendent to gather information, that you ask for consensus from the board, and it just says consensus, not formal action. So that was the way that I was viewing this, was that this is basically a board member.
Yeah, I
requesting
get that. That's in our
more
protocols, but
information.
statute is different, and so is sunshine law. So I want to make sure that we are following the right protocols of what is allowable in a workshop. So if you're saying that it's fine, it's fine. Thank you, board members, for consensus on this item. Dr. Moore, there isn't a date or a deadline on here. What would you suggest would be an acceptable time to hear back from you on this?
So through the chair, it's graduation, so 2 weeks plus a day, I think would be fine.
Okay, perfect.
Can I ask, is it going to come back then to a workshop? Is that what we agreed to? Just curious.
Sounds good.
Through the chair, if I'm providing recommendations, the only way for us to have that conversation, feedback, would be in the upcoming workshop.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, board.
Okay, our next one, changes to school board policies with board members. Ms. Rosario, you have the floor.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, so I have some items on here. Let me start with legislative priority. Some feedback was already provided at our last discussion of this, which was at our last board meeting. One of the notes that I have from Mrs. Berenborg on the third paragraph, during a non-election year, this process will convene by April. What was suggested by Mrs. Berenborg would be April. Final adoption should be on or before June of a non-election year. And then the last part, during an election year, this process will convene by June, and the final adoption shall be on or before September of an election year. Other than that, that was the only feedback that was provided at the last board meeting.
Board members, any comment?
Yeah, the one with the election year, right here, it says, still says May and August, so you want to move that back, right?
Yeah, you suggest, I
Right.
just put my own little notes on my paper from the suggestions.
Okay.
But
and
yeah,
then-
that'll be changed.
So
from-
then the second one, I think we could get it done by May and adopt it by June and then July or August. I don't think we should wait all the way till September. And we could, I guess, but, because it might be that the legislator is reelected in November or August. Sometimes you want to talk to them before they're elected, because they can use that as as an election item. But, I think being ahead of the 8 ball is better for us than being behind it.
If we keep June, Madam Chair, may I?
Yes.
Actually, if we keep June for both, then it's just pretty consistent, rather than saying on an election year, June or August.
You're talking about the last one.
The last one,
month.
adoption, yeah.
Being
So
June.
I would,
Yeah, that's
I would,
fine.
I would agree with that.
Ms. Berenberg, you've been the one that you've worked with us on this, going to Tallahassee on your own time. And I work with FSBA on the legislative platform, statewide and federal-wide. And, you take all of your components and you get 3 or 4 major things that you really want to do. Do you think this timeline is good, or are you thinking of other avenues we could use?
Well, what would be good about, I agree with her about May and June, and just leave it at that for all of them. And the reason why I think we need to be earlier, because we've been very late in the last couple of years with this, because we're not getting in front of them as a body.
Right.
And we all individually can talk to our legislators, and you can all have the same paper in front of you and talk to your legislators. So they're hearing it 5, 6, 7 times from the same body versus one time up in Tallahassee when it's almost, I hate to say too late, but it's better when they're trying to formulate their bills to have conversation about things. For example, the thing we talked about today that's been a continuous problem, and that is that the higher our local effort, the more of a chance we're going to have to go out for a tan, because we are short, I don't know if you know about this, but we're short our payroll money from October to November-ish, because we don't get the payment the same way that other districts get it, because we have more local effort. So we get it from our tax collector, but we have to wait until she collects the taxes until we get it back. So that we get a gap, and we have to cover the gap. So it costs us even more money, even though our taxpayers are paying more money to Tallahassee. So it's almost like we're getting double dipped on our taxes, which, I don't mind saying that on camera. But I think it would be helpful if we put those priorities, we all agree to them early, and then everybody can have conversations with legislators way before we get to that point. So I think earlier the better.
So this would be a new policy, and then, Ms. Rosario, would you review the dates again for me, the time, the months?
Well, as I'm listening to this, and the dates just seem to align one with the other, whether you're in a non-election year or an election year, why don't we just do one flat date where we'll say, this process will convene by April of each school year. Final adoption shall be on or before June of each school year, whether it is an election year or not.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I think now it's up to the superintendent and the chair to remind each other to make sure that that gets on our agendas so that we can have lots of conversation about
Right.
it before that date.
Right.
Because we're going to have to go to workshop a couple of times. So it needs to be on workshops like starting in January or February in order to get it done in time for that. Because remember last time, it took us a couple months to get it prepared.
And out for review, yes. Okay. Any other comments on that one, legislative priority? Okay, Ms. Rosario?
Okay. Hang on, let me get the other one. All right, so the other one is the mascot policy. That is a new policy. Like I said, there isn't anything here that is controversial. It's just a policy suggesting, as it mirrored, gosh, I want to know what other policy, what other county had this, but it was brought. Hillsborough. It was Hillsborough County, thank you. Hillsborough County Public Schools had this policy, a mascot policy, and it just basically states the schools with a mascot, as it says there in the procedures, when a new school, new one being built, brand new, open, or when there is not a current mascot, a selection team chosen by the principal or the school, principal of the school, to include but not be limited to district employees, community members, parents, and students residing in that potential attendance area for the school, the representatives on the school's advisory council, the parent-teacher association, the student government, and student council. All of those would be involved in the creation of a mascot for a new school. And then in an existing school, for a school that we currently have, for any changes or requests for changes in existing mascots now, the person or group requesting the change shall complete a mascot change request form, which includes whatever the whatever the petition would be for them to request this change of mascot. The principal will develop at the school level a committee very similar to the other committee where they would then review the new proposed mascot for that school. As part of the process, the committee will survey all of its stakeholders, making sure that everybody involved within the school and then outside of the school area, including community members, businesses, organizations, would be a part of providing some input for that. And then obviously, those recommendations from the school level will ultimately end up with the superintendent, who will then bring it forward to the school board. And that's it.
Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I actually had this happen to me when I took over an F school, and we had to undergo the change that the DOE required. One of the things we had to do was rename the school, rename the mascot, do all that. So it's not just a new school that this happens to. Unfortunately, I'm not saying we ever want to be in this position, but it might happen that you have a school that you have to go through this change and it's an existing school. I see it says you can't name it after an individual, so you're adding that whether deceased or living?
No, that's part of statute. There's a statute that says that
Okay.
you cannot,
Why is that green then if it's already there?
because the whole entire policy is brand new. The whole
Okay.
entire policy is not a current policy that we're adding to. The entire policy has been written brand new. So I see Mrs. Dampierre wants to speak to that item.
Well, can I finish my?
Ms. Berenborg, and then,
Sorry,
Thank
she
you.
just
and then
had
I'll call on her.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Ms. Berenborg.
Thank you. Yeah, like I said, when we went through this, we had to do exactly what this is saying. We had to get parents, we had to get SAC team. There were lots of people involved when I changed Garden City to Gisela, which is Garden City Early Learning Academy. And changing the mascot was like the biggest issue we had, because there were so many people that were really firm on the mascot that we had that was scary to kids. So it was the knight, and we had an actual knight in armor on our stage, which for little kids was very scary. So moving to the bumblebees was probably a no-brainer at that point, but I can see where people are very, very committed to mascots and to names of schools, but when you're saying that this is for new, but I see existing and new facilities on here as well.
I think you're on the wrong policy.
Okay, that's what I'm looking. It's
might
the
be on the wrong
one-pager,
policy.
okay? Which policy number are we referring to then? Because you've got two that here about naming and mascots.
Just the one that's titled mascot.
Scott policy, it's new.
Okay. Got it, got it.
The other one hasn't been discussed yet.
Okay, that explains why some of it was green, some of it wasn't. All right. I'll wait and listen and then.
I guess I would just say that I think this is kind of common sense. We should probably go ahead with this, just to formalize it, make sure the whole community is involved in the process. And I think that I heard some comments at the last board meeting implying somehow this was related to the other recent mascot change, but from what I remember, we had consensus that we supported that. So I think it's important to mention that. At the same time, the process should mandate that the entire community is notified and has opportunity to be involved in it.
Okay, Mr. Barefoot?
I agree exactly what Dr. Posca said.
Okay, obviously, we're not talking about the naming of the school yet, we're just talking about the mascot, but in changing the name of the school, like Alternative to IR Prep, Highlands to IRA, Clemens to Dodgertown, big things. And they were important to the community, and they did it for several reasons. A lot of research on that. Now, the last one we just did, obviously Gifford Middle School, no name change, but I know Dr. Moore and other people talk with Gifford alumni quite often. Dr. Bacon had meetings with the SAC team, and it certainly was, like Dr. Posca said, a very, very, very supported by the community. You know, we're talking about history here. Where Gifford Middle is now is where Gifford High School used to be. And when I opened Gifford Middle, we did the scenario like most new principals do. Students coming to the school would vote on the colors and the mascot. And I know that was a lot of hurt in that community for many years. And then they brought it forward to the superintendent, and we talked about it. And like Dr. Posca said, we supported it. I've got some questions about the policy itself, but we're going through the school and the school advisory committee now as far as that. Did you see any hiccups with that, Dr. Moore, or what we were doing for the community?
Through the chair, we just didn't have a formalized policy in place. So if you do have a policy in place, you're discussing that particular policy now. When we initially discussed it as a board, I said having a policy would not be a bad idea. It just brings a norming across all schools, all of the schools on how it should be handled when it comes in front of the board or in front of a community. So we don't have to have the same exact scenario that we had at Gifford, where I did know if there's a process in place, we follow the process governed by the policy, it just becomes clear.
Did a staff member help with writing this policy?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Okay, a couple questions on the policy itself. Under procedures, it says, selection team, it says students residing in the potential attendance area. Would it be more appropriate to have students who are enrolled in the school first? Because if they preside in that area, it doesn't mean they're going to be in the school. I mean, these are just some comments we can talk about. Is a selection team a work group of the superintendent or a district committee? There are references to a team and at least one reference to a committee. So if this is going to go into policy, we just have to be specific on that. I mean, I would want to know is on that team, are they the ones who are buying in to this process? Because it's a big deal.
Yeah.
It's a really big deal. Under procedures, the reference to student government and student council, I think it's redundant. And then the section for existing school mascot, a petition is referenced as attached, but there wasn't a petition. And then if we're going to do a petition, and this is, obviously we're doing a petition, what kind of format would it be and what are the requirements for completing the petition? So those are several questions I have. I don't think there's anything wrong with policy, but we've got to make sure this is in the hands of that school and that community and that principal and those students. That's how I feel about that. But as far as a policy, we'll have to workshop it. Yes, Ms. Berenborg.
One other thing that I think would be important to put in here that I don't see unless you can point it out to me, was that it should have, this is a community thing. So there should be some sort of night where parents or community members can come and give input before any of this is created, before the committee is created and things like that. That way, somebody that is very, very concerned about it or wants to be on the committee can then approach the principal that night and say, I'm very interested in helping out with this. And that helps the principal also form the committee. Because I don't know if it should be just a principal involved in picking a group, because you and I know about, conversations we've had about, being very careful to make sure that we're getting all voices and not just some voices.
So, may I?
Yes,
So
Mrs.
what would you recommend adding to this then?
What do we call that? Town hall meeting
Yeah, that might be good.
to start. I think that's the first point of starting, is getting people's input. That's what you did with the Graves project. You had town hall meetings and you got input from people. What would you like the track to look like? What would you like the playground to be? What would you like, this space to look like? And I think that gives community members an opportunity to have a voice.
And one other thing, it says supermajority. Is that what you wanted as far as, by the time it gets to the board, that has come to the community, that has been out there. This is their opinion. Do we want a supermajority vote on that?
Where do you see supermajority?
At the first line, the board, upon recommendation, superintendent approved by supermajority vote.
Well, one said, yeah, that's true. So the first line says supermajority, and then the last line says simple majority. So I would just say majority.
Well, whatever, it just needs to be changed.
To me, and I think part of my role here is to listen to the board
Right,
proper,
right.
and then go back and make recommendations, so this policy is reflective of the board.
Actually, I kind of like supermajority, and I'll tell you why, because that means it has to be a 4-1 or a 5-0 vote versus a 3-2. And then you get into politics, and I think it's more important on something like that politics are not involved.
Mr. Barefoot? Good point.
I went through this changing of a mascot, and private college, the most influential voices didn't come from students, the parents, the faculty, or the staff. It came from the alumni. And the equivalent here would be the community.
Correct.
Right.
Because, there are alumni, but the point is that these schools exist in a community, and I would view them as the equivalent of the alumni of a private institution. So, and a simple majority is a problem, because that means that a majority of those voting, it becomes very political. And people, I would try and keep, it's really got to be an overwhelming, and I don't know how to define overwhelming.
Supermajority is overwhelming.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's overwhelming. I guess that's as good as it gets if the board is going to make that decision.
And
But it's
Mr.
got to be
yeah.
overwhelming, otherwise it just becomes very, very political.
Mr. Barefoot, you made a really good point. Alumni. I know Ms. Baerborg and I were at the presentation with Dr. Moore and many of our district staff, and it was absolutely wonderful. It was a Gifford alumni who pushed this and were supportive in the Gifford community and the Gifford Middle School. So, yeah, that was very, very powerful. Very powerful.
And they were very appreciative, I will
So,
say.
yeah, Ms. Rosario?
Okay, so just to summarize, we're keeping supermajority on there. There is a definition of supermajority in that first paragraph, Mr. Barefoot, that reads, a supermajority vote means one vote more than the simple majority. And then we're adding town hall meetings for input. I do see the need to change students residing in the potential attendance area to instead include students attending that school. Some schools have student government bodies, and some schools have student council bodies. And that's why I added both of those in there, because we don't know what the school might have. Student government might be class president, vice president, whereas a student council might just be representatives in each class. I'm not sure. So at either rate, that's it, but I think we've captured it, so I appreciate all of the support on this one.
And then Dr. Moore, you'll bring it back to us so we can.
So, Jay, based on this feedback, there's a little bit of cleanup. I think Ms. Rosario just summarized the overwhelming feedback, and then I'll send it to the board for your feedback. We'll workshop it, and then we'll take it to the board to be approved.
Thank you. All right, Ms. Rosario?
Okay, so not too far off the same rebranding, I guess, using mascot to rebrand a school, or changing a mascot, rather. to rebrand a school would be this one here. Originally, I wanted the mascot policy to be included with the policy number 7250, which you have, that's the one that Mrs. Berenberg was talking about before with some areas in green. It is the naming, revisioning, branding, rebranding of school facilities. Originally, it was called commemoration of school facilities. In talking with Dr. Moore and Mrs. Dampierre, I know that Dr. Moore suggested in several of our conversations and even in public meetings that some of our schools may need rebranding at some point, and maybe revisioning. What do they look like? Certainly, I know publicly board members have had discussions about revisioning our middle schools and what our middle schools look like now, and what would that look like later on, down the line. At either rate, this is really how I started to look at this commemoration policy and realize that there are some parts of this policy that just some wording that needed to be added. Very few things needed to be removed, as you see by the lined words. But otherwise, the addition of the Florida statute 1001.34 is there. That statute has the language for revisioning and renaming of schools or rebranding of schools. The policy that says, or the part here that says about renaming a school based on someone, renaming by someone who is living, I forget where it is. I gotta find it right here. But that was captured, I believe that was captured in statute. Statute has that language, that there is a rule that you can't just rename a school based on anyone else's name. So, okay, let me give you an example, something that I think that would be wonderful for our community. Maybe this would, let's just say, hypothetically, we were to rename Dodgertown. If we were to rename Dodgertown to be Jackie Robinson Elementary School, it would seem like a nice fit. But there's a process that needs to happen to rename Dodgertown to Jackie Robinson, because Jackie Robinson is a person who is no longer alive, obviously, and a person who there would need to be a specific process for that to happen. But other than that, if it was just any other name, it would follow what is here in front of you.
Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, on here it says, let me find it, part of the facility, existing school or facility, but there was also like a part of the facility. Here's a concern I have. We go through some of our schools and all of a sudden I'll look and the library's been named after somebody, or the office has been named after somebody, and yet it was kind of here and there. It wasn't like consistent. There isn't some sort of rule as to why you get your name put on something. And I think there should be, because when you walk through, and I know some of them are beloved principals that were there, and I get that. But I think that to be fair to all principals or all people that working in this district, we have to have some sort of policy about that, because I remember that happened between when I left the district, when I came back. Because when I left the district, I remember there was a big to-do about naming the football field and the gyms and things like that, and it had to be somebody that was deceased. Like the PAC Center. That was a big thing that was being talked about, is how the naming of that could go. So I do know that the board has had conversation about whether or not they need to be deceased or not, and also what sort of protocol we need to put in place before we all agree that something can be named after somebody. Because what I'm finding out is when I asked about some of these were, oh, the school just did it. Well, the school faculty doesn't own the building, the taxpayers do. So I think that there needs to be some sort of protocol for how that's done. And I'm not saying it was inappropriate to do that. I'm just saying it was kind of like, well, some schools did it and some schools didn't. So I don't want any hurt feelings over this. I think in order to avoid hurt feelings, we should have some sort of protocol to go with this naming. In other words, you know, what does it take to get your name on something?
Thank you. Dr. Posca?
Yeah, I would agree with that. I think it should definitely have oversight and board approval. So I would support potentially, it doesn't look like this involves rooms or parts of buildings or anything. We may want to consider adding that.
That's what I want.
Yeah, it's not a bad idea.
Okay, Mr. Barefoot. Thank you, Dr. Posca.
Jackie has something. She raised her.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I think part of what board members, I don't disagree, but I think part of what you are talking about might be captured in the paragraph underneath the statute, because it says, and there are two parts to this, though. So that one part reads, school buildings, outdoor facilities, and facilities within the school campus, such as a stadium, a media center, a gymnasium, an auditorium, or in this case, it would be a front office, or any other component of a part of a school, may be named or renamed for geographical locations, general features of the area developments in which the school facilities are located, individuals, and such other names that in the judgment of the board are deemed appropriate. New schools and facilities will not be named after an individual as a matter of general policy. Additionally, an existing school will not, as a matter of general policy, have its name changed to that of an individual, whether deceased or living. Notwithstanding, for exceptional circumstances, the board reserves the right by a supermajority vote to name a school after an individual who has been deceased for a minimum of 3 years, and for exceptional circumstances, the board reserves the right by supermajority to name that facility within the school. So I think there's still I think it's very clear that the board would ultimately be the voice and the vote of, you know, particular entities, just like we did last year with Billy Wilson, the gym at Sebastian River High School, and Billy Wilson's, you know, the renaming of the Billy Wilson facility there. So I think that's captured. The other second part of this policy is that at the school level, for new schools and existing and new facilities, there is another vote here. I mean, there's a team, sorry. It looks like what was already existing was that there should be a selection team selected at each school, and that selection team would engage in that process similar to the mascot. And that would be just by majority vote, not by supermajority. So that's what it seems to be here.
Yes, Ms. Berenborg, and then I'll go.
I like that, and I think we should also add town hall first. Because sometimes that team is selected by somebody that picks the team. And I think a town hall opens it up to everybody getting input before you do that. And I know this might sound like a, you know, kind of an interesting thing to talk about, but it has happened over and over again, and it's happened different ways. And I think there needs to be some sort of consistency, so I'm glad that you brought this up.
Would you repeat that, please? I'm sorry. What did you just say?
Which part do you want me to repeat?
Just the last
Add the town hall
Oh,
meeting
okay,
before. Because I think before you get the team.
Yeah, there's got to be.
The naming of a new school should have a town hall meeting first before you decide it. And also, I think naming a part of a building, you know, needs to have input. Not, like you said, alumni are very important in that. You know, I think Billy Wilson's alumni would have loved that input and say, yeah, we're all for it. And also, when you do that, sometimes people say, well, I'd like to help with that.
Right.
So it kind of opens up an avenue.
Hey, just,
So-
go ahead, Mr. Barefoot, and then I'll ask a question.
I'm not sure I'd choose town hall, though. I mean, I might,
Yeah.
I might say something like community gathering.
That's
Okay.
fine.
Open forums.
Whatever you
Open
want to
forum,
call it.
Something, yeah,
Community input is what I'm looking
Okay.
for.
yeah. I
Good.
mean, whatever makes the most sense sounds the best. It's got to be broad but focused. And you want to focus it on the people that the traditions that are in people's minds about mascots and/or even picking a name like Jackie Robinson to rename Dodgertown. It evokes memories in people's minds, and that's why that, using the term alumni as broadly as possible, really is important, because they represent the values and the traditions of whatever individual or concept you're trying to honor by doing something like this.
It is, alumni is crucial.
May I end this?
I haven't talked about
ahead,
it yet.
sorry.
Okay, there's, okay. Just a couple questions, just so I am sure on all of this. When you talk about re-envisioning and rebranding, are we talking about basically what we did when we went from alternative school to IR prep? Because we had Dr. Lewis and Mr. Brown present on that. I mean, is that what we're talking about? Yes. Okay, that's number one. And again, it's a process. I mean, it's a big process. I guess in practical terms, what does that encompass?
I think that's when you look at re-envisioning and rebranding, you're attaching it to a policy about changing a name of a facility. So I see them as two fundamentally different things. If we're re-envisioning a program, to use Ms. Rosario's example, and this is probably me asking for clarity, if we're going to go to a teaming approach in middle school at Sebastian River Middle School, the only thing that is changing, we're going to re-envision how we educate children in terms of how we're using space and collaborating and pulling teachers together. Is this, I don't see that as this policy.
Okay, okay. What flexibility would be provided to principals for developing and marketing school choices? I mean, we've talked about community input. We talked about teams. We talked about, there's a process. I would want to see exactly what would be step 1, step 2, step 3, and how we get there. Because by the time it gets to the board, we want to be sure this is what is wanted. This is what the community wants. This is what the school wants. This is what the parents want. So I'm looking for steps, if you will.
And I think that's more than appropriate, whether you include it in the policy or not. But if you're saying in terms of changing, and I can use the example, Sebastian River Senior High School, where we renamed the gym or the court.
Yep.
That followed a process. It was a unanimous vote.
Yeah.
It was crystal clear. It was the most appropriate thing to do. But at the end of the day, we didn't change or remarket or rebrand the school. I think, to me, I'm unclear, and maybe Pam can help me understand it, we are re-envisioning everything every day.
Right.
And I don't want to put me, the next superintendent, or everybody else in a position of, we changed programming at school, we re-envisioned how we were doing electives, or we went back to an 8-period day. You didn't follow this policy. So I just need a level of, I think this policy, it's the only lack of clarity I have, and I know staff worked with Ms. Rosario in creation it, but I'm not, me personally, I'm not clear.
Okay. And one last thing, well, actually, I was here when they changed Clemens to Dodgertown, and it was huge. It was absolutely huge. And that was rebranding. That was definitely rebranding. And when they changed Highlands to IR Prep with this connection there with Indian River Academy and the golf course there.
Yeah, and, having worked there and been an assistant principal there for 7 years, I never knew it happened until after it happened.
Until it happened.
And it would have been nice to just know that that was going on, and especially the Highlands community, the people there was a lot of people that were upset that it just happened, and they didn't have any input. So I think we need to be cognizant of that.
And one last, on the name selection team under the selection of new schools, a work group of the superintendent, or is that a district committee? What is that?
It's a school committee.
District committee?
No, as far as on the back, it was a school committee.
A team.
A team,
What was it?
like their team.
And
at
who
their school.
chooses that, the
Selection team.
principal?
It's called
Yes.
the
I know there's a lot of
selection team.
questions.
Yes.
We'll get it back, but,
But the revisioning was more of what you said when you went from Highlands to Indian River Academy. It was not about a program, like if you were to make the school an IB school. That's a program. This is more of physical facility change, that kind of process.
So
not
then in-
programming.
So then in the policy, put it exclude, it specifically exclude. Then there's no confusion.
Okay.
Okay, we can add that.
And this is huge for the community.
I think the example of Dodgertown made it much more, if we were able to add, we were able to add excluding program design, so I see it was a marketing strategy for IR Prep, wasn't here, but IR Academy also, we're changing the name to re-envision or rebrand the school. To me, the lever becomes when you're changing the name. For marketing, that makes sense. So I think if the board is okay with, excluding, program implementation or curriculum design or something of that nature, we can massage the language, and I think we should be good.
And can I say something?
Yes.
I'm also including, though, facility names, like of libraries and gyms and things like that.
Richard, the only time that's happened that I can recall since I've been here has been the gym.
No, elementary schools have names.
Oh, no, you go
All
everywhere.
over 'em.
They tell
Yeah.
you, go over to the Terry Barenborg Science Wing.
No, there's not that.
No,
We
but
do
yes,
not
it
have that.
everything has a name.
Right.
In the research that we did, I don't know that not once it was, we followed the policy at Sebastian River High School 2 years ago. Prior to that, I can't give you any assurances that it just wasn't done at the whim of a principal.
And I think that the principals and the faculty and staff need to know that, because there is that underlying, oh, well, we want to celebrate this person being here for so long, and we're going to go ahead and name something after them. That's a taxpayer's building. And I think it should be in the sunshine. It shouldn't be just, we're going to do that.
It's the motive, it needs to drive and support from a community perspective, not just an individual person perspective.
Right.
So you creating this policy, which some of what you're saying is already in policy. We're not, the changes you all are considering, were not necessarily, those were in place. They just weren't necessarily, I can't give you assurances they were followed 7, 8, 9, 10, 25, 30 years ago.
That's why I asked for a procedure to go with this policy, because I don't think that has been followed.
All right.
Okay, may I?
Yes.
So, one question, board members. So we have two, in my personal opinion, the mascot policy, changing a current mascot would be rebranding a school. Could be, because it's part of the image of the school. It doesn't necessarily have to be, but in my opinion, these should both be one policy instead of two separate ones. I'm not going to die on this hill, but I'm just throwing it out there before we end this discussion. If you all want this part of the same or two separate ones, it's,
Yes.
I don't disagree, but you could, but list it. I mean, be very specific. You can give examples in a policy. And if you want to add mascot,
no, I'm saying
Separate.
combine these to one policy.
that's what
Yeah,
but be specific.
right, just have a separate section that says just mascots only.
And then, for example, I mean, I don't know whether that's appropriate to put in a policy. You're the expert at writing them, but no reason to make it any more confusing than it already is by
Yeah.
having two policies.
Right.
Figure out how to combine the two.
Can you say that again?
So,
Jay,
right now, the recommendation was two separate policies. I don't remember the discussion around it, but there were two separate policies. There's one for mascot only, and then there's one for renaming and rebranding. If you change an existing mascot at a school, that's rebranding the mascot. Would they prefer to have one policy, and let's say the renaming at the end here, we'll have mascot?
so-
We're just saying, just combine them to one
you-
instead of having two
The
separate.
last
That makes
subtitle was
sense.
rebranding mascot, changing
Just
mascot,
this.
rebranding the mascot. I'm fine with the mascot policy based on the conversation that was had.
No, no, adding this
But, yeah,
mascot
make it-
to this.
Combining it, yeah.
Combine
All right.
the two.
Yeah.
I am not in agreement with that. I think there's a big difference between mascot and commemoration of school facilities, rebranding. Big difference, big difference. I'm not in favor. I don't mind two of them, but I'm not in favor of one.
You know, just to add, as we all know, over the last few years, a lot of these changing of mascots has been driven by culture, all the social stuff that's going on in the country, whereas And you've been forced to do that because people's attitudes towards, whatever they are. When you rebrand it around somebody, that's in recognition of an individual who has been, outstanding, whatever, like a Jackie Robinson. So I can see where you'd want to separate the two, but whatever you feel is the most appropriate is fine with me.
Dr. Pasca, one or two?
I mean, I don't know if it matters, I think is the basic point. I mean, I don't know at the end of the day, because even if you put them on the same policy, under the mascot, you're specifying this is the policy for rebranding a mascot. So it is already kind of delineated and separated, but it's now in one-stop shop. But if you don't feel comfortable with it, I don't know that it matters if it's two different policies.
Ms. Berenborg?
I agree with him.
Doesn't matter? Okay.
Whatever
It
you
doesn't
guys
matter
want.
either way, so.
Whatever you want to do, I'm happy with it.
All right, let me circle back, because obviously
Yeah.
additional time with staff and our attorney to say what is, just off the top of my head, maybe not having it separate would allow us to be very specific in terms of finding it and locating it versus it getting convoluted or added to the bottom, tomato.
And Dr. Moore, I'm just going to say this before we go on. We've talked about this before on staff time. I don't know how much staff time's been taken up to this point, but,
Minimal.
okay, I just, because it is in our protocol that you need more than an hour or something like that, I can't remember exactly.
No, that was for inquiries. This is policy making.
Okay, but still, staff time, we talked about, the last time I brought up a policy, we talked about staff time. And I met with Dr. Shafty 3 times, all less than an hour. So I just want to make sure you're okay.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Rosario, go ahead, your next one.
The next one is district strategic plan, similar to Miami and Osceola's, and then based on what we actually do here. No? Am I in the right one? Oh, okay. And then based on what we actually do here is what is before you. Believe it or not, which I was shocked, we did not have a policy on district strategic planning, which is crazy. But here it is. So again, non-controversial. It's just our overview, basic district strategic plan process here. The progress monitoring of the strategic plan is included, as well as the strategic plan itself, like parts of the strategic plan, the goals, the objectives, implementation, and the resources. The only thing that is new here that I added myself, which I would love, we've talked about this on various occasions, is an achievement gap plan. We do not have an achievement gap plan for our district. That is the only thing that is not included in our current district strategic plan that I added that in there, hoping that you all would agree to it. I did talk to the superintendent about it. I'll let him talk himself, but there certainly wasn't any pushback on it. I mean, what I included here on the achievement gap plan would be that this plan will include a detailed review of district data, which we do anyway, and recommendations to the board on how the district will close the achievement gaps in student performance for individual subgroups on both formative and summative assessments, as well as graduation and dropout rates. But I think that's pretty general. I would love to see something a little bit more detailed, but Dr. Moore, I'll hand this over to you.
No, through the chair, and looking forward to the conversation. In our strategic plan, and let me say this, I think it's important for the board to have a policy on a strategic plan. And I was a little taken back that we don't have one either. Now, these are policies that come from other systems. I think it needs to be tailored to Indian River County, and it can be consistent for multiple years. So you look at our strategic plan is extremely innovative. We're the only system that has one 100% aligned to my evaluation that drives our work. But in section 2, we do look at gaps within specific students. So I think there's opportunities when you look at what's here, we need to ensure that this board always has a 5-year strategic plan. I think it's important that you update, the data is provided, there's updates provided constantly to the board, not just at the end of the 4th year. As an example, we do that quarterly. You know, each quarter you get a brief update during presentations regarding where we are with the district strategic plan. I think that's important. So, you know, to me, this is one needs a little massaging, but we definitely need to have a policy.
So,
Mr. Barefoot.
I agree with that. I understand perhaps education's a lot different than the corporate world. But the world is moving quickly. Things change. Technology is, for example, a major influencer in education today, which it wasn't 10 years ago. So I'm wondering, one, in my opinion, a strategic plan, the out years should be updated every year. So as long as in the policy there's a recognition, because you know you're going to track what your critical few objectives were this year within the framework of the strategic plan, and all of a sudden you find out that the world has changed, and all of a sudden the assumptions you made in coming up with your measurement standards for your goals and objectives for the next year are bid out not through any fault of your own, just the environment in which we're living. So I would like to see in there that there's that you have the flexibility to update the out years of any. That's why 3-year strategic plan, to my way of thinking, is the appropriate time frame. I think 5 years is too long, but I'm not the one that's going to have to write it. But the important thing is that the out years are constantly reviewed at the end of each year.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Pasca?
I would agree with what Mr. Barefoot said.
Yeah, I'd like to see the superintendent review this and massage it, as he puts it. The other thing is, you know, I appreciate the fact that you've found out that we needed one, so I thank you for that. One thing that's not addressed in here is an alignment to the African American plan. And I think that we did talk about that with our strategic plan. As a matter of fact, they're both aligned. So I think that should be something that should be put in here somewhere.
Okay. Obviously, our strategic plan is 2020 through 2025. I'm concerned about putting too much information in policy about strategic plan. I did double check with FSBA on this. I think we should have something that's general, saying the school board and superintendent review this on a yearly basis and make the necessary changes. I mean, we have our strategic plan. It's basically based on unified mission and targets, okay, and strategies. We know those could change. We could hit that mark and we can go higher. You know, that's got to be something. So if we put too much specifics in policy, we'd have to amend that every time we had a change. So I look for a general statement, something like I said, school board and superintendent will review this on a yearly basis and make the necessary changes according to whatever strategies or targets we hit or don't hit. I had several concerns about some of the wording in here. But that's my basic feeling as far. Too much, Dr. Moore, then we'd have to come back every time we had any kind of change, and that's what concerns me. I think that one part I do want to share, progress monitoring of the district strategic plan. Any adjustment shall be board developed in a workshop in collaboration with the superintendent. What does this process look like? Will it look similar to the process used in previous years? You know, I have a lot of specifics and I could go over those with you, but I'm concerned about putting too much information so that every time we come to it, we've got to amend the policy. So what would work better than a yearly, like we do anyway? You give us quarterly. What would work better?
Through the chair, I think the system needs to be nimble. The quicker it can learn, based on what it sees in a classroom,
Okay.
The more efficient we will be in meeting the needs of kids. I don't think the intent is to create a policy that says, before we change the master schedule, I have to go and get board
Right,
approval.
right.
Before we create the master schedule, before we redo strategies around tier 2 or tier 3 interventions, I need to go get board. I don't think that would handcuff a superintendent. That's not I don't think that's the intent of this particular policy. But I agree, you need to have a plan. This policy needs to be reflective of, is the plan in place? Is it accurate? Are strategies that are stated in the plan the strategies that are being worked on? Is the board provided proper data-driven updates regarding progress towards implementation?
Right, okay. And one other thing I saw just now, it references formative assessments, and currently we use the summative assessments for our annual and 5-year targets. And formative assessments are obviously for instructional planning. So too much detail will cripple us. I think you have to lead us on this in your staff. What is it we need to say in policy so that we are reviewing and adapting and setting the goals that we need to set? That's my opinion.
So simple is best.
Yeah.
You don't want to get bogged down in a lot of
Less is
busy
more.
work,
Less is
because
more,
the busy
yeah.
work will bury you. I think the broader you can make it, it requires a strategic plan. You update it on an annual basis or quarterly, however, whatever the time frame is. Just keep it simple. And because from year to year, or maybe it's every 2 years, the specifics are liable to change. And I don't think you want, as Dr. Jones said, you don't want to have to come back and amend a policy. You want the flexibility to have the strategic plan reflect, that's your roadmap. And the roadmap's going to change. All of a sudden, it's like trying to get here in the morning. Every road's blocked, every other week. And you got to be flexible enough to figure out another way without calling the Department of Transportation to get, a new route. So leave yourself the flexibility. Keep it simple.
Ms. Rosario?
So thank you all for consensus on this. Everything in here, there is nothing specific with regard to the actual development of the plan. Dr. Moore has full authority with regard to implementation or revision, or the other word was alignment and updating quarterly for the process. This just basically says that we will have goals. Our goals will be on a timely basis, basically. There is something in here, there is the 5 years in here, Dr. Moore. The overall district strategic plan shall remain up to 5 years, and to satisfy Mr. Barefoot's comment, or for some other period as approved by the board. So it does have that leeway in there, and let's just keep in mind there are a lot of statutes that address the requirements for district strategic plans, but I do appreciate the feedback and look forward to seeing the final product.
And I just want to be clear on my consensus. The shorter, the better. I mean, my words were, we evaluate it every year. We look at our targets. And you can make it prettier, but it's mine. All right, next we have Ms. Rosario on board responsibilities.
I wanted to provide the board responsibilities, not for a lot of discussion. I don't have anything that I'm recommending or asking. I know that recently in other conversations, there have been questions about what our responsibilities are, how we are supposed to make decisions in terms of formal action in workshops and/or from the dais. So I just wanted to go ahead and share with you all some of our policies and the statutes that are included here, just as an FYI. Again, there's really no need to engage in further discussion because I'm not asking for anything.
Oh, you're finished?
Yes.
You good? Okay, I'm sorry. I thought you were going to talk a little bit. I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, next one is citizen input. Am I correct here? Ms. Rosario.
So I am bringing this to your attention. We've talked about this before. And what happened at the last meeting and at several other meetings was a concern about choosing anything that you want to talk to on the agenda when it's not on the published agenda. So one of the things that I know was read from the script that Dr. Jones reads actually states that any person can read, okay, so one script is different. There's a script here and there's a script here that was given. So I asked for a script from Mrs. Esplin. The script that is on the table now is different from that script.
And I
So
do
one
want to
script reads-
interrupt on that one.
Hold on.
I know, but this is a point of order because of the agenda. When I saw the agenda, I said to Ms. Esplin, that's not the script I read at the last two meetings. So I asked her to present that, so that's on me. This is the new one with the yellow. That is the one I have been reading the last two meetings. So I
Who
just want-
created the script then, if Mrs.
I don't know who
Esplin-
created the script.
I did with the attorney, because we had nothing in place.
So the attorney created the script? So then why would Ms. Esplin have a different script than this one?
I worked with the last attorney, and we sat down and did this because it was during COVID and all these things that were going on and trying to keep everybody under control. And I met with Suzanne, and I said, I need to come up with something to be able to say to help crowd control before it gets out of hand, because I don't want to kick people out of the room. And so I worked with her, and then I don't know if she worked with staff.
This is, what you're referring to is through the chair, is the updated version, and it was me, Ms. Esplin, and.
Yeah, she asked what the first one was. I created the first one, and that was with Suzanne.
Okay, so this is something that I have mentioned in the past. What we don't have on our documents is date timestamps. So we really need date and timestamps on all of our documents that we're sharing so that we can see which one is the newer version and which one isn't. So, that really needs to happen because there's no way that anybody looking at this would be able to know, first off, is this a school district document? There's no header on here. There's nothing on here at all. That indicates it's not on, and that's not something for discussion right now. I'm just throwing that out there because I've had, this question about time stamping our documents because sometimes we get revision after revision and you don't know which is the prior revision to the final one.
Ms. Berenborg, go
Yeah,
ahead.
this wasn't meant to be a document. This was meant for the school board chair to have something, like you write notes to be able to say things to us. This was me writing a note to be able to say so I could remember what to say every time. So it wasn't a document that was supposed to be handed out anywhere. It was literally just my document that was typed on my computer and then handed to Suzanne. And basically, this is just policy 0169.1 pulled apart. That's what we did, is we just took the policy, pulled it apart, made it so that it made sense to people in a very polite way without taking all the verbiage of an attorney and making it sound very harsh. We're trying to kind of calm it down.
And then just to add a little bit to that, I added the part in yellow because we had several citizens who were upset because they have to fill out their form by 5:45 to speak. And we don't do the adoption of the orders of the day until afterwards, so they don't know if something is pulled from consent to action. So I just wanted to make it easier on the citizens when I added.
Okay,
Ms.
so.
Dampier, just a moment. If a consent item's moved to action when you come up to the podium, you may speak at that time or defer to speak during the presentation of the action item. I just wanted to make sure those people felt comfortable doing that, and it's worked pretty well.
The board didn't approve that, though. And that's not consistent with what is on our, I'm going to show you. That's not consistent what's in our policy, and that's not consistent with what's in the citizen input form. So let me get there, and
All
I
right,
will show
and
you.
then I'll double check
So
that.
consent items that are on what is in our policy right now, our policy states that, for the purposes of this policy, first of all, a proposition is an item before the board for a vote. And that a citizen can speak to a proposition. Then it moves on to number 2 on our policy. It reads, persons may speak for up to 3 minutes at the beginning of the business meeting during citizen input as indicated in the order of business, and up to 3 minutes to each action item during the action agenda and each board member discussion item. So they can, according to this, they can speak during citizen input, during action agenda item, or during discussion item, as indicated on the order of business. As indicated on the, so the order of business, as indicated on the order of business at 5:45, is what is the printed version that is posted on our website at 5:45, not what is then changed at 5:30 or 6 o'clock by the time we have amended our order of business. So my question, my bringing this up is, well, let's take a look at the citizen input form. The citizen input form states to citizens that they may speak and indicate their preference below, fill out the form, submit the form to the school board executive assistant. You may speak only once to any given item. And then it states what they can speak to. They can speak to one, during citizen input, or action item. So far, it's consistent with our policy, or board discussion, also consistent with our policy, or during a public hearing item, which would be an action item. So those are, our form and our policy are consistent one with another. It basically says that a citizen can speak to 3 particular things. What we do not have is the language that is in your script is not captured here. What is in your script states that if a consent item is moved to an action item, when you come up to the podium, you may speak at that time to defer or defer to speak during the presentation of an action item. Second part there, defer to speak during the presentation of an action item, I don't understand what that is because it's either on action or it isn't. If you move a consent item to action after the order of the day is adopted, nobody would know that because board members are going to do that as we go along. So it's inconsistent.
Okay, just a couple.
Ultimately,
Okay,
what
go
I'm
ahead.
suggesting is, if we are going to allow everyone to speak to any item on our agenda, that is fine. But let's be careful, because what's good for the goose is going to be good for the gander, and you're going to have everybody come in and want to speak to any item at any given time. And if you think that having long meetings now is an issue, wait until that happens.
Okay,
But
yeah.
I'm not done. But
Okay,
I'm one
that's
to
all right.
support, I'm one to support full, someone's First Amendment right to speak. So if we want to do that, totally okay. But if we're going to do that, then we need to change our policy to state anybody can speak to any item at any time, and then we'll change our input form. Or leave it as it is right now and remove your script.
Okay, couple things. I work with staff on this, number one. Number two, a citizen can speak during the regular citizen input. They can speak on action item, as long as they're not the same thing, and they could speak at discussion. So a citizen can speak during those times, and yes, those are their First Amendment rights. When we talk to our, again, I was just trying to make it easier for our public, and I did talk about changing the form at one time, but we looked at this and I thought this would be pretty easy for our citizens. They come up and say, Doc, I want to speak because it's been pulled to action item. That's fine, come back and speak at that time. So I just wanted to make it easier on our citizens to speak because they have the right to speak. As far as the goose and the gander, everyone has a right to speak as long as they are following the rules and being professional. Ms. Berenborg, the script is very good. I'm glad you did it. It is a time where we have to have and the public's been very good. The public's been very good about listening, and if you disagree, that's okay, but I double-checked on this because I just want to make it easier. Now, the form, I started talking about the form. Maybe we should do this, or maybe we should do that. But to me, this is like a procedure. Ms. Shattuck, I mean, is there anything against policy that I would be breaking by reading this in yellow? Is there anything against policy? When I say if a consent item is moved to action, when you come to the podium, you may speak at that time. We're just saying, Doc, it was pulled to action, I want to speak then. Is that breaking policy?
Woman, that would not be breaking policy. That would be consistent with your policy, allowing persons to speak to action items before the action item's called.
I just wanted to double check in that. And board members, like I said, just trying to make it easier so people weren't upset when they wanted to speak to action and they didn't know it was going to be pulled to action. That was my only intent.
So
No,
guess
the question here is order of the day. When they come up at 5:45 and they're filling out their citizen input form at 5:45, based on what is indicated on the orders of the day at 5:45, there are no amended changes to our agenda at that time. So what is placed on the order of the day at 5:45, because we have a cutoff date for time for when citizens can speak, at that time, it is what is printed on the agenda, not what is changed. So again, that's what you're not addressing, Ms. Shattuck.
No, I just asked Ms. Shattuck if I was breaking policy by doing this. I double-checked with SAP before I added this, so that was the intent, just to make sure that our people had time to speak during the action item if it was pulled. Mr. Barefoot?
Well, we haven't denied anybody
No.
who didn't realize that something that was just on the original agenda was going to be changed.
No. they
You're
can still
actually
speak.
providing the flexibility to, if something is moved from consent to action, to allow them to speak to it.
Yes.
So if you need to change some of the wording on the sign-up form, it's easy enough to write something in there that, as long as they're signed up to speak, if they want to speak to something that they didn't even know was going to become an action item, they have the ability to do so.
Then we're going to need to change our form to say you can speak to any item at any time,
Any action item.
any item. It's any item. There are items that are being moved and added for discussion. There are any item. There are some that are just requesting at any time.
Right.
Literally on the form, it's saying, I want to speak to anything pulled.
Well,
So, I mean, if
and
that's the
I
case,
think-
then we need to change it so that anybody can speak to anything at any
But
time.
your point's a valid point.
Thank you.
They're signing up knowing only what they know.
Right.
If during the course of when we're changing orders of the day, we're adjusting what the original agenda for the evening was,
Correct.
you should give people the opportunity to speak, whether it's discussion or action. I don't have a problem with that.
And I think in the 3 years I've been here with Mr. Barefoot and Ms. Berenborg, I don't think anyone was ever said you can't speak, because we don't know what discussion items board members may add, and someone may want to talk about that too. So again, just being transparent with the public. They have the right to speak. And like I said, the last year or so, they've been, people have done well. They've been professional. They've been respectful. We can all disagree on what's said, but as long as you're respectful, it's okay. Yes, Dr. Posca.
Yeah, so I think first, the idea that we would try to err on the side of giving people the opportunity to speak, that's probably something I would have done as well. I think it makes sense. As I look back over the last, I would say, several meetings, though, I don't know that it's worked out very well. A lot of times there's a speaker coming to speak on something, and they have absolutely no idea what it is. They have nothing prepared to say, and it ends up basically devolving and wasting everyone's time, and sometimes resulting in I mean, I think the last time there was jokes, racial jokes being made about milk colors. So, you know, I think that's a waste of everyone's time. It's unprofessional. It violates the rules of our meeting. So I think in practice, I don't think it was as effective as we had wanted it to be. And I do think as you read the policy, it does say they can speak to these agenda items as written in the orders of the day. So if technically, if we're going to let people do this, I think we need to change the policy. Because in my opinion, I think you're maybe a little mistaken because it specifies as written in the orders of the day, and it's no longer true what they're requesting to speak to. So I think it does violate the policy, but we can change the policy if that's what we want to do. I think whatever we do, we want to make it abundantly clear to everybody, this is what you can do. You know, and whatever we choose direction to go, I think that's fine, but people just need to be aware, yeah, you can basically speak to anything at any time if you want to, because I don't think anyone in the community realizes that. And I will say, if we go back, I remember being at a board meeting maybe a year and a half ago where there were 50 people that were told they couldn't speak. And that was, I think, the meeting we changed the timeline for when they could submit the speakers thing. So, I mean, you know.
It wasn't the meeting, it was a meeting after that meeting.
Right. So, I mean, I know we try to err on.
It was well advertised.
We try to err on the side of people speaking, but it doesn't always occur, right?
Ms. Berenborg?
Yeah, I'm all for changing the form and maybe looking at the policy, because I'm going to tell you that form is very confusing.
It is.
I didn't like the form when I was chair, because even getting it at the last second and trying to interpret when somebody wants to talk and how many times they want to talk, you have to put that into your paperwork and then pull it back out and put it back in where it goes and then pull it back out. And there were times where, you know, it throws you off as the chair. You're trying to run the meeting and then you have all these things going on. So I'm all for looking at doing that. Maybe in a workshop, we look at the policy and the form again. The other thing I'm going to tell you is there were a couple other things that have been changed in here since I wrote this. One was, as you will see, the time clock is visible to your left on the dais, and you'll hear a beep at the end of your 3 minutes. We didn't have a time clock when I was chair, so that was definitely not in there. And I think the reason why we did this basically is to try to keep order and decorum. Because people want to push the envelope sometimes politically with groups. You know, it might not even be about us or about what we're talking about. It might be something else that's going on, and often it is. And I think that to try to keep our meetings in the public is different than the public's meeting. It's our meetings in the public. And I think people tend to forget that a little bit. So I think we want to hear from the public, and I'm all for letting them speak to any item they want. That's fine. I just think we need to be fair across the board doing it.
Well, again, when I talked to some people about the form, and I didn't like it, so that's why we added this part, so anybody could, I remember we had a couple ladies say, well, we didn't know if it was going to be moved to action. So it was just, you know, trying to make sure that they had that opportunity. And again, we never want, you know, there are things that people say that I cringe with some words that people say. Cringe. But, you know, we listen, they have their First Amendment rights, if they're not personal abuse. We keep moving forward. So if the board wants to look at the form, that I had a concern about that from day one, that's fine. But in the meantime, I think this helped our speakers.
Doc.
So,
Sorry, go ahead.
Mr. Barefoot.
No, I think the point that Dr. Posca made is a good one, because people that are, they're prepared to speak to something that's been published ahead of time.
Right.
All of a sudden, in the middle of a meeting, something gets moved, and they're not prepared to speak, but they loved having the camera on them, and they get up there and they talk for a minute, and they have 3 minutes, so you know they really weren't prepared. They just found the need to react to whatever the item was that was changed from the original agenda. I don't know how you control that. You're going to have some wide receiver show up and want to and sort of ad lib it, but I think putting up with that is better than denying someone the opportunity to speak. And most of the time that would be the exception, I would hope. And if it turns out that people are abusing it, then maybe we have to change the policy.
And we all learned with Master Board training that it's the business of the board. And we all learned in our ethics training that the one thing you must allow people to speak to are action items. Citizen input, some put at the beginning, some put at the end. I think ours has worked pretty well at the beginning, as long as we can get the business of the board done. But, you know, we could certainly take a look at this, but in the meantime, this is what I thought would help our community. Ms. Rosario, then Ms. Berenborg.
I'm going to share what is written in the Sunshine Manual in the section on agendas on page 40. The Sunshine Manual or the Sunshine Law does not require board members to consider only those matters that are printed on the agenda, on the published agenda. The word is published. So I'll read that again. The Sunshine Law does not require boards to consider only those matters on a published agenda, which means we can add items to the agenda. Obviously, when we adopt the orders of the day, we can move things around. Even though the Sunshine Law does not prohibit a board member from adding topics to the agenda of a regularly noticed meeting, the Attorney General's office has advised boards to postpone formal action on any added items that are controversial, stating that in the spirit of the Sunshine Law, the City Commission should be sensitive to the community's concerns, that it be allowed advance notice and therefore meaningful participation on these issues that come before the board. And the reason why I think that's so important is because even though it's not prohibited for us to do that, if we don't do it, we're not allowing citizens the opportunity to plan for their comments. So I would definitely support, you know, what Mr. Barefoot and Dr. Posca are saying right now. I'm also going to add what is considered formal action, because that's what it states here. There is no particular definition for formal action or official action. In another section under public comment, it states that the terms proposition or official action or formal action are not defined in the statute, nor is there a distinction between official action taken at a formal meeting versus an informal meeting, such as in a workshop. In light of the purpose of the statute to allow public participation during the decision-making process on a proposition, it should be liberally construed to facilitate that purpose. So though I understand the need for allowing for public to comment on any item that is on the agenda, I would urge the board to stick with on the printed agenda, not on just any item as a whole.
Doc?
Go ahead, Ms. Berenborg.
No, our attorney wants to speak.
I was kind of waving. So I just kind of want to make a distinction. When we're talking about the printed agenda, primarily what's happening at meetings is things are already printed on the agenda, but they're being moved around. And if you look at the highlighted part of the script, it's simply saying that if somebody had planned to speak to something on the consent agenda and then it got moved to an action item, and they would prefer to speak at it during the action item portion, that they can speak to it at that time. It has nothing to do with it not being on the printed agenda. It has nothing to do with them either being allowed or not allowed. It simply has to do with the timing of their statement, if that helps.
Okay.
Okay.
Ms. Berenborg.
Actually, there have been some items added recently, too. There was, I think, an action item and a discussion item for sure. So we do need to look at kind of changing this, I think. The other thing I was going to point out is that our citizen input right now, you know, when somebody comes for citizen input at the beginning, they can speak to anything.
Right.
You know, it doesn't have to be on the agenda. They can say, my daughter had a problem in school, and sometimes they do. You know, are you aware of this? I want to make the board aware of something that's happening in one of our schools. So it doesn't have to be about something that's on the printed agenda. They can speak at anything for their 3 minutes during citizen input time.
Correct.
Yeah.
All right, anybody else?
Yeah, I'm going to end with this. It's important. I'm hopeful that we will receive this back at our next workshop to change whatever needs to be changed in the policy and/or the citizen input form. But until that time, please consider also the requirement that we have with regard to our minutes. Our minutes and what these are then public records of what citizens sign up to speak to and what they, their name, and then it says, I want to speak to item 14B, right? That's important for minutes so that it's captured correctly. If someone comes in and says, I want to speak to any item on agenda, on action, or any item on discussion, there's no capturing of what that item was spoken to or which item was that person spoke to so that it's captured. That actually puts our executive assistant at a disadvantage because then she's got to go back to the video and she's got to watch the video all over again and kind of capture exactly what was stated or what wasn't stated. If at some point there is a public records request for that, I want to know what every person who spoke to this item said. So it just makes it a little bit more challenging for the person taking the minutes, and if we can capture as best as possible who's speaking to what item on our input forms, consider that when we come back to change the input forms, because that's going to be important too. We can't just arbitrarily say, I want to speak to anything, period. It has to be specific to what you are speaking to.
Well, that was something you could bring back to us or take a look at, but
That's what I just said.
I don't know. Ms. Shaddy, do you have any comment on that? Does it have to be specific, as what Ms. Rosario was saying, for helping with the minutes, or what is the ruling on that?
Through the chair. I think what we've decided is we're going to look at it and bring back recommendations on the form and the policy based on the conversation that you're having at this workshop today.
Okay. All righty. Yes, Ms. Dampier?
I know we're going to look at the form again, but currently there is a space on there that says action item is, or board discussion item is. There is a space there for the letter. But the problem is sometimes when it's moved from,
Yes.
consent to action,
Exactly.
that will make some amendments there.
Or when
So-
you have 45 citizen inputs and 23 are on different action items. And, you try to keep track of that, because I do respect if they want to speak regarding an action item, it's great. And if they don't know it's going to be pulled, like Mr. Barefoot said, they can speak and just say, I'm going to rather wait till action items. So again, just trying to make it easier for our citizens to speak and then do it in a regulated way. Any other input, or, yes, Dr. Posca?
If I could ask the board one question, do we want to try to limit writing on there any new discussion item or any added item? Does it make sense to limit that? Because keep in mind, they have the opportunity to speak during citizen input, and if this turns into a discussion on policy, they will have multiple meetings to discuss it and speak to the item, not only during citizen input, but while it's in consent and action. So a new item, they're not going to have really much intelligent things to say about. It's really just going to slow down our discussion to have a board meeting.
Yeah, Ms. Bareberg.
My suggestion would be to look at other school districts' forms and policies and say, what is it that some are using that are working well? We kind of have an idea of around the state, what's working in certain places and what's not. So maybe look at a couple and say, they don't allow discussion input from citizens, or they do allow it, and how do they allow it? So that would kind of, because, somebody can put a new discussion item on there, like, I want everybody to wear shorts in high school. And, there's a parent sitting there going, what? What are you doing? It's their time to speak. They can speak to that item then, I would have a hard time sitting in that room and hearing something that was brought up in a discussion item, and I didn't have an opportunity to speak to it. So, you got to think about what you don't know. Anything that come at you. And let me tell you, for the last couple of years, a lot of things have come at us.
that's a good statement, Dr. Poska. I have mixed feelings on that. I'd have to think about that because I'm going to go back to what Mr. Barefoot said, you know, not allowing someone to speak versus, you know, looking at legally, so forth. I'd have to think about that, but thank you for mentioning it. Anyone else, board members? Dr. Moore? All right, we are adjourned at 4.
Oh, wait, I thought we had one more. No, we're good?
That's it. New
Oh,
item,
okay,
no
got
new
it,
item.
got it, got it.
Okay, we're adjourned at 4 PM.
Thank you.